Good evening. Welcome to the February 7th, 2019 school board meeting. This meeting is now in session. Please stand while our Career Center Air Force JROTC cadets present the colors.
And others.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Others. Center. Eight. Forward. March.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Tonight, we will recognize staff members who have earned National Board certification. Ms. Nancy Rootson, Professional Learning Specialist, will tell us about this special recognition and will introduce the teachers who have achieved certification. Ms. Rootson.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Routson, and I work for the Professional Learning Office as the Teacher Evaluation Specialist. I have the privilege of facilitating the National Board Support Cohort for the Arlington Public Schools. Tonight, we are pleased to recognize the hard work and professional achievement of 20 Arlington teachers who have achieved national boards. These teachers successfully mastered a performance-based assessment that has taken nearly 3 years to complete. They have invested much time and effort to assess their skills with no guarantee that certification would be earned. The National Board advances the quality of teaching and learning by developing professional standards for accomplished teaching, creating and administering National Board certification, and integrating certified teachers into the educational reform efforts. Like board-certified doctors and accountants, teachers who achieve National Board certification have met rigorous criteria through intensive study, expert evaluation, self-assessment, and peer review. Today, over 122,000 National Board certified teachers, or NBCTs, are making a positive difference in the lives of students across the nation. More than a decade of research from across the country confirms that students taught by National Board certified teachers learn more than students taught by other teachers. Estimates of the increase in learning are in the order of an additional 1 to 2 months of instruction, and the positive impact is even greater for high-need students. Tonight, we have with us from the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards, Carol Azell, Director of Psychometrics, and Andrea Hayek, Director of Assessment Operations. We thank you for being with us here tonight to celebrate the hard work of our teachers. We would also like to thank the school administrators, family members, friends, and colleagues who are here tonight in support of our newly certified teachers. If you are here tonight in support of these teachers, please stand now. Including tonight's honorees, Arlington students are fortunate to have almost 200 active National Board certified teachers in their midst. This represents almost 13% of our teaching staff. Arlington Public Schools is ranked second in the state of Virginia in its total number of NBCTs. Nationally, only about 3% of teachers hold this certification. If any of the teachers who earned National Board certification in past years are here with us tonight to congratulate their colleagues, would you please stand now? Thank you for coming tonight to celebrate this important milestone in your colleagues' careers. And now, on to tonight's honorees. Our newest National Board certified teachers are present tonight and will be recognized in alphabetical order. Each honoree will receive a certificate commemorating his or her outstanding achievement. We are grateful that each year the Arlington Education Association joins us to help recognize the significant accomplishments of our new NBCTs. As a token of congratulations from your Arlington County instructional colleagues, you will also receive an NBCT lapel pin that has been provided by the AEA. Tonight, we are thankful to have Ms. Ingrid Gant, President of AEA, joining us tonight. We would like to thank the AEA for their continued support. And at this time, I will ask Dr. Murphy, Superintendent, and Mr. Reed Goldstein, our school board chair, to join us up front to help pass out certificates and gifts. I will also ask tonight's honorees to line up next to the podium.
Sorry, I mispronounced your name.
It's okay.
So I'm handing this stuff out.
Sue will hand it out, and you just shake hands.
Pat's gonna
Yep.
line them up. Okay. Tell me, I'll shake. Okay. Yeah. Do you wanna do back? Be a little crowd here. Sure. All right. I mean, I can do certificate on shit.
Honorees, when I call your name, please come forward to receive your certificate and pin and to accept the board's congratulations. Then I'll ask you to remain up front until we have the full group assembled. Kim Barnes, Washington Lee. Joanna Boyers, Williamsburg. Jason Busby, Jefferson. Miriam Capian, Arlington Traditional School. Kelly Carruthers, Wakefield.
Slow down a little bit.
Sure. This is Kelly. Kelly. Jennifer Choi, Patrick Henry. Lori Criado, Abingdon. It's Lori. Miriam Kutelis, Claremont. Erica Dykstra, Arlington Science Focus School. Deirdre Groh, Abingdon. Christina Hogan, Wakefield. Sarah Martin, Kenmore. Sarah wasn't able to come. Yep. Kirsten Poland, Washington Lee. Lourdes Sotomayor, Washington Lee. Sarah Sweetie, Patrick Henry. Kelly Tierney, Wakefield. And Rosa Zamora, Jamestown. And at this time, I would also like to recognize 3 teachers who could not be here tonight, but have also earned National Board certification. Daniel Alpert from Wakefield, Jamie Day, Patrick Henry, and Kelly Parent, Yorktown. National Board certified teachers are expected to continue to grow professionally so that they may continue to offer high-quality instruction to our students. Tonight, we would also like to recognize the teachers who renewed their National Board certification this year. They have demonstrated their commitment to reflect on their teaching practice to support student learning. Please join us in the front of the room. Carrie Hirsch, Department of Teaching and Learning. Daniel Moses, Washington Lee. April Summer, Patrick Henry. Maria Teleska, Claremont. And Gwen Zaberer, Long Branch. Finally, the following teachers also renewed their certification but could not be here with us tonight. Greg Chappie, Oak Ridge. Margaret Egan, Tuckahoe. Philip Krauth, Washington Lee. Melinda Metz, Barcroft. Maureen Nolan, Jefferson. Jeffrey Politzer, Kenmore. And Nevi Tureen, Campbell. At this time, we'll take a photo. Thank you all for joining us tonight. And thank you to our honorees for your hard work in attaining this achievement. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Are you going to move this around?
Yes, the chair's job. I used to always do it.
Well, why don't you do it, since you obviously did a better job at it than I'm doing. So before all of our honorees leave, I just want to say thank you again for your interest and your investment in your craft. And this certification yields benefits for the teacher and the staff member, as well as for our students. So again, thank you all. And now we are at the announcement stage of the meeting. On Tuesday, February 12th, we will have a work session on the pre-K to grade 12 instructional program pathways, beginning at 7 p.m. here in the boardroom. On Thursday, February 14th, the School Board Policy Subcommittee will meet at 2 p.m. in the School Board Conference Room. And on Friday, February 15th, we will hold a closed meeting at 8 a.m. in our conference room. On February 19th, there will be another School Board Policy Subcommittee meeting at 2 p.m. in our conference room. And also on February 19th, we will hold a work session on discipline policies and the Student Code of Conduct, and that will be at 7 p.m. in rooms 254-256. That's two of these rooms, right? Yeah, I think it's two of these. That's basically here in the boardroom. It's two of the three sections of this room, I think. Board members, do you have items you want to announce?
I do.
Tanya.
Good evening. I wanted to share a few things that are going on, in the schools that I'm a liaison to. I'm going to start with the Randolph Elementary School PTA auction is now live. I hope you will consider bidding to support Randolph and grab some great deals for yourself. There are over 250 auction items, including many gift certificates for restaurants, fitness classes, museums and concerts, and children's camps and activities. There are also a number of Disney tickets at a great price. All money raised will help the PTA support the children at Randolph Elementary by sponsoring field trips, summer mailbox books, and other literacy initiatives and requests throughout the year from teachers and staff. The auction will run through Wednesday, February 13th at 9 p.m., and you can find a link to the auction by going to apsva.us and clicking on Randolph's school page. I also want to extend a big congratulations to Thomas Jefferson Middle School and their counseling team on becoming a recognized ASCA model program, also known as RAMP by the American School Counselor Association. The counseling program scored so high that TG is one of only 3 schools nationwide to earn the recognition as a school of distinction. Congratulations, TJ. Also, at Arlington Community High School, student Sarai Hoya Argueta represented her school proudly in the regional Poetry Out Loud competition held at the Signature Theater on January 25th. Although she did not win, she held her own as an English 9 Hill Text level student against other regional comprehensive high school winners. Amazing, so proud of her. Mia Schenkman, a WL student, did place second at the regional Poetry Out Loud competition and will move on to the state competition in March. So congratulations, Sarai and Mia. Finally, Yorktown's theater classes will be performing dramatic play readings on Tuesday, February 12th at 7 p.m. and a one-act play called This Is a Test on Tuesday, February 19th at 7 p.m. Admission is free. Go see them. They are great. Thank you, Chair Grosstein.
Thank you, and you didn't mention, when you talked about the Randolph
Auction?
online silent auction, that there is an item there from me.
Oh, excellent.
Right, you can win if you bid sufficient amounts of money.
Okay. You'll have to share with me what that item is now. I'll bid high.
You got to take a look at go to the online auction and see. I don't want to, you know. There's a lot of good things there, and everybody needs to take a look. at
Another
what they are.
reason to go to apsva.us, Randolph School's website, and log on to that auction.
Exactly. Are there other board members who have announcements? Well, I do. About my liaison schools. First is Oak Ridge Elementary School. They were recognized at the 2018 Arlington Transportation Partners Champions Banquet as a Platinum Award winner for the second year, the only school in APS to receive platinum status. And at Kenmore Middle School, last week, Kenmore inducted 54 new members into its chapter of National Junior Honor Society. The chapter is led by 8th grade English teacher Dr. Michelle Van Laer and 6th grade social studies teacher Kristen Bodenhofer. This past weekend, Kenmore's unified basketball team competed in a local Special Olympics tournament held at Kenmore Middle School. The team played 2 spirited games, one against friends from Glasgow Middle School in Fairfax County, and the other against Robinson High School. The record was 1-1, but everyone who competed was a winner. Congratulations to the Kenmore team. And board members, announcements? No? Moving on. We'll now hear Dr. Murphy's announcements and updates. Dr. Murphy?
So Francis Leganor and the entire staff out at Tuckahoe, along with their PTA, one of the things that I regularly talk with principals about is how they communicate messages about kindness and respect and responsibility and caring about each other. And this is one of the recent murals that was posted at Tuckahoe. It's something they've worked on over the summer, and it talks a little bit about the expectations they have there in their community for their students. But all of our students have these, and I'm just bringing this one forward as an example, and I continue to highlight these throughout our schools. And the other piece is, this is just some wonderful artwork, and it's something that I know a number of our schools have displayed and will continue to emphasize and highlight. I also want to recognize our counselors this week for the work that they do. It is National School Counselors Week, and we celebrate them. Recognize Pam McClellan and her entire team, and I know that Pam has done some special things in recognizing them, as well as our school principals and our school staff. So to that group, thank you very much for what you do on a regular basis. I also want to highlight that we had a very exciting kickoff event earlier this week in celebrating the 60th anniversary of school desegregation at Stratford Junior High School. The anniversary of that date was actually February 2nd, 1959. But in lieu of the fact that that fell on a weekend, we had the event on Monday, February the 4th, and thank you for all that came out. We also want to recognize that we are going to have our culminating event on February the 20th at WNL, and it's going to be titled Arlington Past, Present, and Future Excellence. So we just remind folks to come out for that culminating event. But I do want to let you know, all of our schools are having different events and activities that are going on throughout the month, and I just want to thank our principals for sponsoring those various events and activities. Next week is also Crossing Guard Appreciation Week, and those folks go out in all kind of weather and keep our students safe to and from school. So if you see one of our crossing guards out there next week, give them a big wave or a little bit of a shout out. And Mr. Goldstein, maybe this is a good time to segue to some comments I know you want to share about our crossing guard.
Yes, thank you. One of our crossing guards, I believe she is stationed just in front of Jamestown Elementary School, won the crossing guard, well, the state crossing guard award for top crossing guard.
Right.
I don't have the name in front of me, the title in front of me. But I do want to extend congratulations from us to her, because it's the crossing guard program that helps to keep our kids safe, because as we all know, there's a lot of busy traffic and our arterials, and without the crossing guards, we would not be assured of the same kind of safety of our kids getting to school.
Right. Actually, that's Kathy Patterson, and she's out at Jamestown Elementary, but she's also a crossing guard at Williamsburg Middle School.
Right.
She was
Thank you.
nominated, and I want to give credit where credit's due, by the Jamestown Elementary School. So we want to celebrate her, and she's one of several that were recognized as outstanding crossing guards across the state, and we've actually had 3 of those in the last 3 years. So thank you to all our schools for recognizing those folks. They do an outstanding job, and we'll be celebrating Kathy, I know, next week. All right, we've got the Summer Activities Fair coming up tomorrow. That's going to be at Kenmore Middle School, and I just want to remind everyone that you'll learn about activities that APS is sponsoring, also the county, but there will also be a number of summer programs and camps that will be out for this event. One of the things that I'm encouraging staff to talk a little bit about with families is to begin to think ahead towards summer, and I know it may seem a little bit early in the year to be thinking about that, but to begin to make those plans now and also think about the various choices that are out there. So we hope to see families out. I believe we've got close to 100 exhibitors that will be attending this event, and this is something that we work in collaboration with the CCPTA on. We also have an event coming up on Tuesday, February the 19th, and this is our Arlington Career Center CTE night. And I want to just make folks aware, if you haven't been to the Career Center, this is a great time to go. There are a number of different demonstrations that are going on all evening by the various programs that you can learn about. I often hear when I attend this event, families tell me they didn't know that the Career Center existed. They also didn't know the various things that were happening there. And a lot of these hands-on live demos give everyone an opportunity to learn about that. So encourage you to come out. Margaret Chung, I know, will be welcoming everyone, and we're going to be pushing out a flyer and more information as we approach that Tuesday date. All right, well, we're right around the corner from bringing forward the proposed budget for the 2020 fiscal year, and that is slated for February the 28th. I do want to highlight, though, where we are in the process, and if you look at the slide there, you can see where the arrow marks February the 23rd. That is when I believe the county manager is going to be coming out with his budget. But in addition to that, that is when the county board will set the real estate tax rate window. So that's a pivotal date for us. And then I'll be coming back 5 days later with my proposed budget. You can see the series of work sessions. We also have a public hearing on the 28th of March. The school board then comes forward with its budget proposed on April 11th. There's then a public hearing that follows on May the 2nd, and we're looking for board adoption on May the 9th. So we're just really starting the process, and I'd encourage everyone to stay involved. Just a couple of dates to highlight. February 13th, we've got slated an early release, and this is for all levels, elementary, middle, and high. We will be celebrating President's Day, which will be a 3-day holiday weekend. Summer school registration begins on March the 1st. We've got elementary school parent-teacher conferences on March the 7th, and then a combination of elementary school and middle school parent-teacher conferences on March the 8th. No school for elementary and middle school students on that date. All right, I'm going to move to updating folks where we are with the school board action plan. As you will recall, we've got the 4 areas of policies and policy revisions, operational planning, new schools and programs, and capital initiatives. I'm also going to be assisted by Dr. Tara Natras and John Chadwick on some of the points that we'd just like to raise. You can see in the lightly grayed areas those policies that the board has already taken action on and updated. You can also see we've got 2 items coming forward for information this evening on purchasing and purchasing construction contracts. And then you can see kind of what we've got slated out for the remainder of the year. All the policies may not be represented there, as I think you're going to see over 20 particular policies this year to review and update. I'm going to ask Dr. Natras, though, to talk a little bit about where we are with policies and policy revisions to equity, inclusion, and transgender. And with that, also just note that we do have a work session coming up here at the latter part of February that is going to be addressing all of these. So, Dr. Natras.
Yes, so we have 3 key policies that will be coming up between now and June. These have been in the phase of being drafted and worked on with staff as well as some of the school board subcommittee members. And we will be bringing forward, as Dr. Murphy said, a work session on February 26th to really dig into some of the key ideas around this and get input from the school board. And then we will have, during mostly March, April, May, opportunities to review these policies with our advisory groups, the executive leadership team, principals, and they will be coming forward by June for action from the school board.
Thank you. The next area we're looking at is operational planning, and I'll just remind everyone as we bring forward monitoring reports, we will incorporate the performance objectives that are part of the strategic plan. I hope to have at the next meeting on the 21st a little bit of a snapshot update and progress report on our 90-day status where we are with the strategic plan. We've moved through a number of school naming recommendations, and now the naming recommendation for the neighborhood school in the Knock neighborhood, Drew, is one that is currently being reviewed. And then finally, we made mention of this earlier, I think in one of the announcements, we have the pre-K instructional program pathway work session. You're going to hear a little bit about that this evening in a monitoring report as an outline, but this is something also that's slated for the board to take action on before the end of the year. When we talk about capital initiatives, one that you'll hear about this evening has to do with the Ed Center information item on the schematic design, as well as then later in the month taking action on that. You can see all of the various meetings that we've moved through in relationship to the Ed Center. And I do want to thank both the BLPC and the PFRC committees and their chairs for the work that they've done, and I believe we're going to be hearing from one of them this evening as part of that schematic design information item. As you know, we've got a number of new buildings that are either coming online or that we are making modifications and updates to, and also planning some summer work. So I'm going to ask Mr. Chadwick to kind of share with you where we are with those. We are also going to tomorrow be pushing out an update with many of the project updates related to these specific activities. And the nice thing about that is they are on the website and they provide pictures that kind of show you how the projects are moving along. So, Mr. Chadwick, I'll turn to you and you can give us kind of a status of where these different projects are at this point in time.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Good evening. Fleet is proceeding. I'm sure many of you have driven by. It's quite prominent as you go by. The building is almost enclosed, and an awful lot of work is going on the inside that you can't see. Also, SunTribe Solar, the firm with whom you all assigned a solar power purchase agreement that will allow that building to operate at zero energy. They are busy preparing their drawings, and the installation is scheduled to be in and complete in time for the start of school. Dorothy Ham, we are finally beginning to get out of the ground since it stopped raining, and the foundations are proceeding. As you know, we have some concern that the addition will not be finished on time, but the school and the principal will be preparing a plan to occupy the existing building so that school can start on time as planned. The Heights building is certainly reaching heights in Roslyn. Though it will be surrounded by much higher buildings, we think it's our Heights. It also is almost completely enclosed, and there's a huge amount of work going on the inside. So please drive by if you haven't seen it. It's quite exciting, as they all are. Henry and Drew refreshes, we're working on those. And at the Career Center, we're planning to move some relocatables that are currently being used by Henry closer to the Career Center. And then the big news is that we are going to be doing a renovation in the kitchen to increase the serving line and put in cooking equipment so that we'll be able to serve hot meals in that cafeteria like we do in every other high school and high school program.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. And just as a reminder, if you go to the webpage and the A to Z index, and then go to design and construction, you can click on where the various projects are, and the pictures that I made mention of will be uploaded and updated there. I do want to make one other just sidebar note that I think is essential to our planning, and that many of these buildings are already undercover and have a preliminary layer on that, and that allows us really to be continuing to move forward inside, and you'll continue to see a lot of work being done inside. So thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for you and your team to kind of lay out the plan that way. I think it's very successful. As always, go to Engage. That's a place that we can continue to update and provide information. You can also ask questions, and we'll respond, and those responses then are posted as well, so folks can see how things are progressing. That's all I have this evening, Mr. Goldstein. So if there are any questions.
Thank you very much. And I think there are a couple of questions from board members. Barbara?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I had asked 2 weeks ago for more information about the Career Center planning, so I'm not sure if the lines in that slide were everything we're going to learn about that project for now. But we're adding 150 Arlington Tech students next year. You mentioned the kitchen, and you said relocatables. Does that mean that we're putting relocatables in essentially to accommodate 150 more students, which sounds like 7 or 8 relocatables?
Yes, it's going to be 8, and the principal hasn't decided which particular classes and programs will use them yet. That's still being worked out. So some of them might be Arlington Tech, others may be used by other programs.
Can I get a step ahead and just ask, because I think we're going to take another 50 students the following year, do we have a plan beyond relocatables to accommodate the growth of Arlington Tech before we get to 2025?
We will be revisiting that in the CIP. As you know, I think it was the 17 to 26 CIP, we had a project to add space for Arlington Tech. I believe it was $12 million total. That was additional space and renovations. During the course of that time, between that CIP and the most recent CIP, the 800-seat project came along at Arlington Tech, so we had to really suspend planning for additions to become part of that, so that we weren't doing the wrong thing or doing something we regretted. We will be proceeding with the BLPC and the PFRC for that project in the fall. So as we go through that, we will be looking at the phasing and making sure how we can accommodate the additional growth up to 600 of Arlington Tech and build that into what we're doing with probably an early phase of work at the Career Center, which will be basically to create that extra space for Arlington Tech and proceeding with that as quickly as we can.
So it sounds like at the moment, there are no specific plans for any new physical building to accommodate
is correct.
students.
And
unless, as we get to starting to use that money that has the date 2025 on it, unless we start using some of that early to
There is
phase
some of
in.
them. There is actually some of the funding available that we have not used that was set aside for a growth of Arlington Tech at the Career Center, which is in addition to the funding that is available for.
But given where we are now, is it even feasible to have new construction ready for fall 2020?
No.
Okay, so we have the next two incoming years of Arlington Tech, that's about 300 students total by fall 2020, are going to be accommodated with relocatables. Is that the current plan?
And probably some more renovations of the existing building, but we've just about got as much space out of that as we can now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm going to say this is a surprise to me. We put money aside to add physical space at the Career Center. The last time I was keeping track of it, it was space on the roof. I know we already did an internal reconfiguration. We were actually going to add space, and that was what that money was for. So perhaps we really need to work on a update, because this is not what I expected. So it sounds, I'm wondering when that decision was made and how we made it to defer putting additional structured space on that building to accommodate the growth. We had a wonderful outpouring of students who want to attend. I would very much like to have urged us to go back to the 200 number rather than the 150. I was unaware that we would be accommodating the growth with 150, and I think it's something we have to think about because there's demand. People want that program. We've been waiting for this moment, and we actually had planned to have space for this. So as one board member, I am a bit taken aback and feel like I missed this discussion. So I'd like to figure out what to do about that.
Anybody? No. I'll add on to that in that I believe the last look I had at the projected growth of the Arlington Tech program had us at 200 admissions by the third year, which is this year. We're in the third year now, and continue on at 200 after that. So I'm also a little surprised more than a little surprised at the 150 number, and agree we need to have some discussions about this. Are there other comments or questions? Dr. Murphy's announcements? No, hearing none. Thank you.
All right, sure.
And we're now at the consent portion of the agenda. And may I please have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. And I'd like to announce that as part of the consent item, the board took the following actions. We approved the contract award for construction manager advisor services for both the new elementary school at Reed and for the Education Center reuse project. These two contracts were presented to the board for information at our last meeting on January 24th. The board also reappointed members to the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, JFAC, and we thank them for their continued service. And finally, under consent, the board received the Social Studies Annual Briefing Report. And I believe there's a board member comment?
Yes, I just
Tanya?
wanted to highlight a couple of things in the Social Studies Briefing Report that were very interesting. So if you get a chance, if you want to read, it's a really 3-page report, wonderful information. You'll learn about the implementation of African American Studies course at Wakefield High School, which I thought was great. The data that was provided was very insightful, and I appreciated receiving that. And finally, one of the other things that I thought was a highlight was the literacy integration portion. So thank you, Social Studies Department, for that. I really enjoyed reading it. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. And next, we will hear citizen comment on non-agenda items. And before we begin, I will review our speaker guidelines. The school board welcomes public comment and allows comment at most regular board meetings. If you would like to speak but have not signed up electronically, you must submit a speaker slip to the clerk before the agenda item you wish to speak on is called. If you're planning to speak now on the non-agenda item portion, then you need to get that speaker slip in now. Speakers are called in the order in which they sign up. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there is a timer to help you keep track of your time. The timer begins when the speaker starts speaking, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. Currently, the board is exploring updating these guidelines to include direction to ensure all speakers are understood regardless of their native language. For now, if a speaker addresses the board in a language other than English and an interpreter is present, the speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the interpreter will have up to 2 additional minutes to translate comments for the board. All comments should address matters related to Arlington Public Schools. Speakers should be courteous and address your comments to the entire school board. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments at meetings. If you have written comments, which we encourage, please give them to the clerk to distribute to the board. And finally, we ask the audience to refrain from applauding as that takes time away from our speakers. Do we have speakers on non-agenda items?
Yes, we have 5 speakers.
Okay, would you call them, please?
The first speaker is June Anderson.
Hello, my name is June. This is Savannah, Sophie, and Gabriella. We are 6th graders at Gunston Middle School. We are here to talk to you about the excessive amount of plastic distributed with meals in the APS cafeterias.
Single-use plastics contaminate our environment worldwide. Approximately 1 million tons of plastic is disposed every day. Studies show that at this rate, by 2050, there will be more plastic in the ocean than fish. And that plastic doesn't biodegrade. It accumulates in the environment for hundreds of years. We have done our own research and found that a great amount of plastic is being disposed of every day in the Gunston cafeteria. We have come up with some plastic-free alternatives, such as paper or cardboard containers and canned drinks. We have also collected signatures from 221 students who expressed their support for reducing plastic waste.
We would like APS to decrease plastic use in school cafeterias. In addition, starting at Gunston, we would like a plastic-free lunch day once a week. This will decrease the plastic use in the cafeteria and send a strong message to student body, raising awarenesses about plastic pollution.
We want you to work with us to reduce plastic pollution in the school cafeterias and make a lasting change. We want to first implement our plan at Gunston and then expand it to the other APS schools.
Thank you for listening and allowing us to speak here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. I'm sure you know that plastic is pretty prevalent in this world, and we're probably going to need some help in figuring out how to achieve what you're looking for. So we encourage you to come back and talk to us at open office hours or in other venues. Send recommendations through email or something like that.
The next speaker is Sophie Burgess. The next speaker is Josh Fole. The next speaker is Josh Fole.
My name is Josh Fulb on behalf of the Arlington Education Association. I remember only one lesson from Ms. Hauser's grade 7 social studies class. When in planning anything, transportation is your #1 issue, because if people can't get there, nothing else matters. That lesson was front and center last Friday when APS ignored its own policy and a weather forecast that it held consistent for 24 hours to proceed with school. APS, given outside pressure because of previous weather delays, put kids' lives and employees' livelihoods at risk in deteriorating conditions. When snow began falling at 6 a.m., just like the forecast I'd read the night before said would happen, I was sure APS would cancel. At 7 a.m., as snow was covering the streets and my phone began ringing, I was sure any minute APS would make the call. The call never came, but the stories of call-outs, nearlies, and almosts still haunt me. The snow was no surprise. For our transportation staff, one incident, even when no child is harmed, can be career-ending. APS made a hard job even more dangerous for 4.5 hours of school. I know what these conditions are like. In Winchester 2003, back when I had a bus license, we had an early release on a day when we should have never gone to school. I was the one that had to move a bus of children off a snow-covered hill when the bus driver couldn't do so. It was the scariest thing I'd ever done in my life, and something I would never ask someone else to do. We claim to value and respect our bus drivers, but when the rubber meets the road, our actions speak louder than our words. APS needs to stick to its policies, and senior staff needs to make calls like they themselves were driving those buses. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in and sharing your remarks with us this evening, Josh.
Next speaker, Anne Marie Douglas.
She is here.
Good evening. My name is Anne Marie Douglas, and I chair the Screens in Schools Subcommittee of the School Health Advisory Board. Tonight, I'm talking about the low screen track. 420 APS parents signed a petition for a low screen education track. Remember being told not to sit so close to the television and go outside and play? The opposite is happening for many children throughout our community, and school time is currently no haven. This leads to stagnation and isolation, both of which can lead to a plethora of other maladies like obesity and depression. Let's look to the past for some wisdom. Let's look to Phoebe Hall Kipling, the Wakefield science teacher who founded the outdoor lab. Circa 1960, she sought hands-on outdoor experience because her students' lack of experiences with nature and wildlife. Her motto was, and I quote, "Whatever you vividly imagine, ardently desire, sincerely believe, and enthusiastically act upon must inevitably come to pass," end quote. I vividly imagine kids with their heads up and phones down, truly listening to each other and feeling socially nourished, seen, and heard. I ardently desire APS to follow a low-screen track or offer the one-to-one initiatives to families who have read the waiver after being notified of associated risks and opt into such an approach. I think we all need to enthusiastically act upon best practices with expert guidance in regards to screen use. Let's take a good, honest look in the mirror. APS teens self-reported spending 10 hours on screen per day. Our ophthalmologist recommended no more than 1 hour of close-up screens. Here is a letter, a call to action to the U.S. Surgeon General, dated January 14th of 2019, as rising trends in blindness and visual impairment call for urgent intervention. It's an alliance from over 40 U.S.-based professional, academic, and non-government agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening, Emery. That's it? Okay, thank you. And Dr. Murphy, do you have response or comment on any of the topics?
I want to just mention to the students, thank you very much for coming in. You did a wonderful job. We're very proud of you. I do want to let you know I'm going to follow up with Dr. Lori Wiggins, your principal, and just make note that maybe she can connect with you tomorrow. And we would welcome you guys coming back with a pilot idea or sponsoring something at Gunston. I think that would be wonderful, and then we could expand that. I know Ms. Peterson in our food services would also be interested in that. So I'll make a connection with her, and maybe tomorrow in school you can also connect with her. All right? All right, thank you.
Thank you. And now we're at the monitoring items portion of the agenda. And we have 2 monitoring items tonight. The first is an update on professional learning on equity. Dr. Murphy?
Yes, this evening's presentation is around professional learning in relationship to equity. And this actually occurred, I think, some of the board members were in the building here and saw the activity going on and said that they wanted to hear a little bit more about that and get a little bit more background on what we are doing. I also just want to highlight this is one slice of many of the things that are happening. And I know we've got the work session coming up at the end of February. I know the board is working diligently, as well as staff, in many of the issues that we're addressing with equity and inclusion and transgender. And also, I believe, probably the first meeting in March, we'll be bringing forward the diversity study that was conducted by Dr. Julian Williams. So a lot going on this front, and I'll turn now to Dr. Natras to introduce this. And I want to also thank Carolyn Jackson for being here this evening for the presentation.
So thank you, Dr. Murphy. I do want to also kind of set the context for this particular monitoring report. This is one piece of the professional learning that we are doing around equity. As Dr. Murphy said, there were actually some board members in the building. There were signs up for deep equity, and people said, what is that? And then when we were doing the academic work session, the topic also came up. And so I believe it was at that work session that you all asked for, so what really does this professional learning look like? So the lens of this particular report is really around the work that is happening with the team, and we actually have the team with us, so thank you all for being here. You can see them right here in the first two rows, who are a part of the deep equity professional learning. And so as we talk through what this specific learning opportunity looks like, I do want to bring us back to our strategic plan. So within the strategic plan, we intentionally have elements within the plan related to equity. We have a core value that is equity, and in that core value, we state that we are seeking to eliminate opportunity gaps and achieve excellence by providing access to schools, resources, and learning opportunities. That is my highlight for learning opportunities because that is the focus of our monitoring report this evening, according to each student's unique needs. And when we're talking about that, what we're really talking about is that students are receiving resources that they need to be successful, and taking into consideration their varying experiences, whether we're talking about educational opportunities, we're talking about race, gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, ability, disability, all of that folds into this idea of equity. And so within the strategic plan, we have our goal for student success, and we have a couple of performance objectives to help us measure whether or not we are achieving that particular goal. You'll note that one is increased achievement for all reporting groups on district and state assessments, shows progress toward eliminating the opportunity gap. And that's the opportunity gap for all of our groups who are currently underserved or, as sometimes noted, are on the wrong side of the gap. We also are looking at ensuring that historically overrepresented and underrepresented groups are accessing services that are aligned with student need, that's the equity piece, and proportionate with our demographics, right? Looking at representation across the board with things like gifted services, with special education, et cetera. And our strategies to help us achieve those performance objectives are related to adapting our curriculum and instruction, ensuring equity of access and opportunity across school programs. We'll talk more about that when we do the pre-K-12 instructional program pathways, and addressing unconscious bias throughout APS. We also have the goal of student well-being, where we do speak specifically to disproportionality in suspension rates by race and ethnicity. Students identified with a disability and English learners will be reduced, and overall suspensions will not increase. So as we're having this conversation around equity, we're really talking about all of our students and the supports that they need based on their individual needs. And so the professional learning that we're going to talk about this evening, remember, one slice of all of our work around equity is really thinking about three key elements, and Ms. Jackson's going to talk about those, but the deep equity training is very much focused on inclusion, equity, and excellence. So I'm going to turn it over to Carolyn, and she is going to walk through what that work looks like.
Good evening. Hope everybody's doing well. I first want to give a little bit of background on how we got here. We were fortunate enough to be granted some funds so that we can continue our professional learning for our staff, but also give some training to our parents and our community. So we put out a request for quotes, and in the request for quotes, we focused on our leaders. We wanted them to be skilled, knowledgeable, and culturally responsive to meet the needs of all stakeholders. And we also wanted to have something for families and community members to begin the courageous conversations around race and diversity. But when we look at diversity, we're not just talking about black and white. We're talking about We're talking about age, we're talking about gender, we're talking about sexual orientation, we're talking about language, we're talking about students with a disability. So I just want to keep that on the forefront because many times when we're talking about diversity, individuals get lost in a black and white issue. So in the two categories that we set out to produce some learning outcomes, we wanted our leaders to make sure that when we're working, dealing with anything with equity, we are bringing all diversity matters and issues to the forefront for staff and students. But we also want to acknowledge the unique contributions and narratives of all individuals. We also want to have models that are culturally responsive and meet the needs of our students in the way of instruction and curriculum. But we also want to build a climate of constructive collaboration. That's something that's very important because everyone has to be on the same sheet of music, of course, for us to move forward. For our parents and communities, we wanted them also to build a climate of collaboration so that when we get together and talk about student achievement or student outcomes, we are speaking the same language. We are having the same messages. We have the same vision, the same mission. And also build a better understanding of cross-cultural dynamics, but not leaving out exploring the dynamics of privilege and power, and how does that impact outcomes for students. And also families and parents will discuss the dynamics of social justice. So, after we went through and reviewed the request for quotes, we landed on 2 organizations to support our professional learning, but also to support our families. Deep Equity was chosen to support our staff, and Challenging Racism was chosen to support our communities. And I know that many of you on the board have had presentations given by Challenging Racism, so I was going to spend the bulk of my time talking about the deep equities. And as Dr. Natras pointed out, we are looking for ways to have conversations about what are the barriers and what are causing inequities in our school district, and finding ways to reduce discipline rates, reduce suspension, but also making sure that our students are participating in rigorous courses and that we see those environments more diverse. So with the deep equity training, we are going to receive 32 hours of training, and there are 5 of us that are participating in this training. So it's a train-to-train model so that we can move the work forward. And so I would like to introduce the equity team leaders that are participating in this 4-day training. Jeff Luttrell, who is our supervisor for library services. Carrie Hirsch is here this evening. She's our supervisor for social studies. Sarah Putman, director of curriculum and instruction, and myself, supervisor for equity and excellence, and Tim Kottman, equity and excellence coordinator at Jefferson Middle School. So these are our leaders that are moving the work and learning all the wonderful strategies so that we could bring back to all of our teams, including our leadership teams, our teachers, our school principals, our supervisors. Now, I would like to introduce Gary Howard, who is author and consultant, but our facilitator for our training, who has over 40 years of expertise in training of helping school divisions, helping university, helping businesses with culturally responsive training practices and addressing equity with all of our diverse learners and our language learners, race, sexual orientation, the gamut. We are dealing with all, we're trying to unpack all of our issues and matters. Gary, could you come up, please? And I would like for him to share some of the work briefly about what we're working on and have an opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. After doing a full day of training, I was invited to the board meeting. Thank you very much. But I do want to speak to the team, wonderful folks on your team.
Thank you.
We do this work. I also want to introduce my friend Wade Antonio Caldwell, who works with youth around the country. We have a program called Youth Equity Stewardship, which empowers youth to be able to deal with these issues. And we find that if we can empower youth to speak clearly and strongly on these issues, it has a way of helping adults grow, right? Harder to ignore something when the kids are into it. So we do a lot of work around youth as well. But your team has positioned themselves really well in our training, shared a lot already. We have 4 other school districts that are coming together, 2 Virginia, 1 Maryland, 1 West Virginia. So your team has been a part of that process in this room, and we'll be here again tomorrow. I just want to say, I think the main question I have, it says 40 years up there, but it's actually 50. I try to say that so I'm younger, but really started thinking about these issues as a European American, as a white American, trying to think from the civil rights movement, because that's my era of college, why are we still working on these issues 50 years later? Isn't that a question? I mean, I think it's not a blame question. I'm not saying it in a blame way. I'm just saying, why are we still here? What's been in the way? Why so long? And I think what we're trying to do, that's the reason we called it deep equity. Let's take a deeper cut. Let's try to go deeper. And I think from the board's point of view, what that means is it needs to be systemic. Equity can't be a separate initiative on the side. It can't be voluntary. It can't be optional. Like, if you're going to show up in a school as an adult, this is not optional for you. There's many ways we can do this work, but it's really something that has to happen systemically in a district. So I just want, I think for the board's point of view, that's one of your concerns, is that we're going to invest in this. Is it systemic? Are people being held accountable? Are our leaders being held accountable? Our teachers, our paraprofessionals and support staff? So I think that's the deep questions that we're asking. I think that's the avenue towards moving this to a deeper level, before I hit 60 years in the work. And we work with school districts all over the country. Many of them are in the same place you talked about, Dr. Murphy. We have many initiatives. We're doing lots of things around equity. The key is to bring it together, focus it, and have it be systemic. And those phases include tone and trust amongst the adults. This work is primarily adult work. We're working, a lot of people say, give us things to do with kids. The main work in equity is getting our adults ready to be able to engage across the differences that the kids bring. And those differences, as you know, are getting more complex, more deeper, higher percentage of kids. So are our adults ready to be able to engage across the cultural differences when many of our teacher corps, particularly in this country, is less diverse than the kids, right? And so there's kind of a disconnect or potential disconnect between teachers who are more monocultural and kids who are highly multicultural. We want to make sure that that difference between kids is not a disconnect with the teachers, right? So if there's not a cultural disconnect, that's the meaning of cultural competence. Cultural competence just means we have the capacity to connect effectively with folks who are not like us. A key issue in the classroom. How can I bridge those kinds of things? They're not gaps, they're actually opportunities. So that's, I think, enough from me. We could give a long speech, but we're not going to do it today. I think the key issue is systemic, and thank you for the work you're doing.
No, thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share with you all tonight. Since he was in town, just asked him to stop by. So you just have a sampling of the work that we're involved in. Let's see. Why deep equity? Gary talked about, we're talking about system-wide change in order to build capacity to support the building level, but also we are looking at ways to heal a community. And when I say heal the community, we're looking, like I said, all the differences that we need to pay attention to, all the things that are impeding or presenting barriers and causing a gap. So that's why we chose deep equity, so we have an opportunity to all learn and transform together. Action plan, next actions. This was our 3rd day of training, and so we are still trying to evaluate the best ways to transform the district and how to implement a plan. So as you can see, the Deep Equity team is working together winter 2019. It's very important for us to be able to figure out a way to orientate our school board members, Dr. Murphy, our executive leadership team, as well as our supervisors and our principals, how to give them an overview and what's the best way of doing that, and then trying to figure out what the criteria should look like for building school-based and office-based equity teams so that we could start the training. Trying to implement this, we're going to use a checklist to make sure that we are going by some of the suggestions that are put forth in our deep equity workbook, but also using our strategic plan performance objectives, which Dr. Natras was speaking of earlier. And we'll always come back to, this is only one piece of the work, only one piece. And as we move forward, we have to make sure that we are ensuring that all of us are speaking a common language, and also make sure that we have good understanding of our practices. So key milestones, we're working on the equity policy, as Dr. Nasher has talked about, and we will also have that diversity report presented as a monitoring item on February 21st. This deep equity work is aligned with the work that we are already doing and performing out of the professional framework. And listed are some of the things that are currently going on to support our children. We have the equity and excellence coursework, understanding English learners, why inclusion practices, the young scholars, focus on the gifted gap, inclusion practices for English learners. We still have cultural competence, and we have culturally responsive teaching, the work we're doing with SEED, and FACE also is offering classes. So this work that we're doing with deep equity is not working in isolation, but we are complementing the work and trying to bring all of this together in order to move all our students forward. Okay. So that's just a sampling. I realize that we're going to get more in depth on the 26th, and I hope to bring you more detailed information, but I hope this was an overview to get the conversation started on what we've been working on for the last 3 sessions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Carolyn. Board members, do you have comments or questions on the presentation? Oh, I'm sorry.
One speaker.
Speakers. Speakers. Do we have speakers?
Yes, we
Yes,
have
we have
one
one.
speaker. Celeste Clark.
My name is Celeste Clark. I'm a sophomore at WNL, and I'm here today to encourage you to include students in a meaningful way in your development or training program for equity. As a high-achieving minority student, I'm often the only person of color in my upper-level classes, and so this creates a feeling of isolation because if and when a teacher says something that I find offensive, my white classmates either don't notice or are simply telling me I'm being overly sensitive. I'm tired of being told that teachers are impressed or surprised when I answer a difficult question, but when my white counterparts answer a similar question, they're told that they're smart or gifted. I'm tired of walking into class on the first day of school and having the entire class, including my teacher, look at me like they're surprised to see me. I'm tired of hearing about how white students are encouraged to take hard course loads, including APs and IBs, while I'm asked if I'm sure I can handle the course load because it's a hard class. These microaggressions may not seem like a big deal to a person who isn't of color, but to a person of color, it's exhausting. It tears us down, it makes us feel more uncomfortable, more isolated, less confident in our abilities as high-achieving students. This problem is not just a WNL problem or an APS problem. An article in USA Today came out this week talking about this exact problem in other high-performing suburban public schools. You have an opportunity to get ahead of this national problem and make a meaningful difference in the education of students of color. I'm asking you tonight to include students early on in the delivery of this training. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in and sharing your remarks with us this evening. No more speakers? Okay. Thank you. Board members, do you have comments or questions for either of the staff members on the presentation? Monique.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for coming and sharing with us more about the deep equity training and the courageous conversations training. I have a few different questions. The first question is, when we were discussing the budget last year, I believe that the school board did send you all some, or allocate some funding to ensure that we could do more training like this. And we also asked you to look at what we could do for students as well, because I want to just acknowledge and thank Celeste Clark for coming forward and sharing her experience as a student of color and being one of maybe the only student of color in her classroom. And I know I've heard about that even from some of my own students. And so this is something I know that can be addressed and should be addressed, not just for the teachers, but for other students in the school as well. And so I wanted to know what you guys are doing for our students when it comes to having equity training.
Sure. Can I first? First of all, I would like to say that it's very important for the adults to be trained and have good knowledge and good practices, and for us as a school district to have a plan before we start training students. It's one thing for them to be brought to the table to collaborate and us not have the tools to guide them appropriately. And so we found it very important to lay out a plan to train adults, the staff, the community, before bringing our children in, just so we're organized and we are methodical about how we want to proceed. Would you add to that? That was the priority for this first phase. They are included in all of our thinking, but as far as the rollout of this, that will come in Tier 2 after we start training a team. Their voice does matter. It does. We had that conversation today in the training on how do you develop these students to participate in staff development, to come work inside the schools with the teacher teams, and how powerful their voices are, and how powerful it is when they are engaged in the conversation about what's working best for them and what's reducing barriers for them and how they see the world, as we have heard from Ms. Clark. It was very important. So I hope that answers that question. We didn't forget about them.
Okay, I think that that's really good that you didn't forget about them, and I hope you will work to include them. I just didn't know whether or not they also have the opportunity as a school community to talk about issues that they may be facing student to student in addition to training the teachers. So I think it is great that students will potentially have the opportunity to work to inform teachers about how they feel that they may respond to some of their maybe implicit bias. But I also was wondering and would love to see more work being done when it comes to opportunity for students to have those conversations peer to peer.
Students are having those voices, and where we are trying to make improvement and show growth. Right now, students are having those conversations with their minority achievement coordinators or the groups that they have developed inside the individual schools. There are many clubs and organizations that are trying to unpack what students are feeling in the classroom. And so I think it's really good for us to come along with a systemic type of plan so those students can not only just work in their schools, but they could work across schools and share ideas and look at things from different perspectives, different lens, have a diverse pool of students and celebrate the differences. Not only have students black and white speak, but students that are transgender, part of the conversation, students with disabilities are part of the conversation, and understanding that we need to have variance in age groups that are part of this conversation because it's just not a high school issue. We probably see these concerns K through 12.
So those are all really good ideas, and I would love to see them develop. I'm a little disappointed because, in particular, when that money was approved, I think there was a real sincere opportunity for us to make sure that students also benefited from that money. So if they're not going to benefit from the money this year, that's a personal disappointment to me, and I would really like to figure out a way that students can benefit with that extra additional funding that we put forth.
I do want to make a comment in that we are finishing up the training for this leadership team and finishing up in February. So the year's not over yet, right? We still have time, and I think it is about having a team who is really dedicated to the work, who fully understands how to facilitate those conversations with students and bring that together. So as Ms. Jackson was saying, we do have student clubs and teams already formed in the middle and high schools in particular. And so now we can take what has been learned over the course of the fall through now and start implementing that and infusing it much more, I don't want to say intentionally because there is intentionality already, but systematically across the division. Because one of the other things that we're often talking about is consistency, right? And now we have a leadership team who can take what's been learned and build that consistently across. So the year's not over and the money is not all yet spent. So.
Lovely. Just to remind you of the motion. The motion read a little bit like this. I move to amend the main motion to use $75,000 from the Saving for Furniture and Technology for Relocatables to provide additional training for students and teachers around race, equity, and cultural responsiveness for 1 year. So just wanted to just kind of take us back to that as well, because I think I'm so glad that our teachers are benefiting, but again, great for our students. I also had a question about, I know we didn't really spend a lot of time talking about challenging racism, but I wanted to know whether or not that has been a very successful program for many years in our community, and I know many of our parents and adults do benefit from that in our community. Wanted to know whether or not the amount of offerings was changed from the previous year to this current year, or whether or not the same number of opportunities were being offered to our community members.
This year, we had 20 slots for challenging racism, and that is typically 18 to 20 of what they provide in the training. One thing we try to do differently this year is have cross-pollination between two schools so that we have different perspectives, different lens, different outlooks when they have these rich conversations about race and diversity and some of the differences between power and privilege and how that impacts. However, one of the schools that was interested, they did not register this time, so the Claremont community has 20 participants that are actively involved in the challenging racism. And it so happens that Tim Kottman is one of our dynamic facilitators that works with challenging racism and works with those families, and he could probably even give you more details than I can about the inner workings of this 2018-19 school year challenging racism session. So it's the same amount of people.
Thank you for that, and I'm sure that the community at Claremont is interested in enjoying that opportunity. And I'm sorry that the other school didn't have the opportunity or the people to participate, but it is a really good program, and I want to thank you guys for continuing to include it and offer it to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know there's other board members with more comments. Before we leave that one, let me ask Dr. Murphy. We'll be seeing this at the work session on February 26th. So at that time, could we have an update on the funding and how it's going to play out for students for the rest of the school year? I mean, we don't need to know that at this moment. Thank you.
We can get you that.
And board members with comments? Barbara?
3 questions. The first 2, I think the responses can be pretty brief, but I just kind of want to clarify. The speaker talked about situations where teachers just say very cliched things. I think scenarios that we hear often about when we hear from parents and students. Does a teacher who takes this training emerge from that training being self-aware enough to know that when they say something like that to a student, they at least can start catching themselves and maybe correcting themselves? Is that basically one of the things a teacher gets from the training?
Yes, and what I would say, a bulk of phase one is dealing just with that, tone and trust, and how to recognize and appreciate differences and what that looks like in your classrooms and how your biases play a part. You have to acknowledge those, but not think of differences as a bad thing. Celebrate all differences. And how can you celebrate those in your classroom? So they spend a lot of emphasis on phase one. And the beauty of the deep equity training is that you can cover phase one and then go to phase four and come back to phase one based on what the individual teacher needs.
Right, right. Okay, great.
As they do a self-assessment.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. And this is just another sort of clarification of kind of the scope of what this kind of training is. I think you said we call this cultural competence, when you can, interact appropriately with students and be encouraging. There's also the concept of culturally responsive curriculum, and I think that's not what this is. And I just sort of want to clarify, and again, you don't want to, you said you're doing a lot of other things, so I assume we are doing some things. I heard an example not long ago from an elementary school parent about, kids dressing up in, the costumes of, colonists and things like that, right? Like there are things that in today's world, like what we think of as standard curriculum aren't really appropriate anymore, and how, students will respond to them. So is that also an activity we have going with just, scrubbing our textbooks, our lesson plans, the things that teachers are doing in the classroom that might send messages that they might not be aware of, but how are we addressing that? And again, if it's completely off topic, maybe we could talk about it another time, but I'm just sort of curious
I would say that is off topic. I think all of the work is aligned. As we showed in a previous slide, click, click, click. Okay, I now messed up the sign.
Yeah.
As we talked about in this slide right here particularly, we talked about the fact that deep equity is just another tool for us to use, but we still have many courses in the professional framework to make changes and tweaks to our curriculum. But I think another thing that's great to point out is that through our community conversations, parents are more engaged and want to work in, like I said, constructive collaboration and to make these modifications. And I think that the work that Antoinette Waters is doing with the African American class, putting those items on highlight and figuring out how can you use the methods or the things that she's teaching or the items that she's teaching and thread them throughout language arts. What does that look like in science when you're highlighting different cultures? Jeff Luttrell is working with the librarians to make the library collection diverse in all different ways, not just black and white.
Yeah,
So,
I guess I'm trying to get at it more of a
Understand the
scrubbing, like, again, the teachers don't necessarily know. And do we have a way, do we have something going on? And
Yes.
maybe we can talk about it at the work session.
It's a very quick answer.
Okay.
So I would say that some of that work is embedded in these phases. And I don't know if we've gotten to the 7 principles yet with the team, but some of that is within these phases, and I won't get into that. The practical piece then for how this is implemented is through our curriculum writing process in June. So Sarah Putnam is our Director of Curriculum and Instruction. She leads that process every June with all of our content teams. So as we are writing units, we are looking from the lens of what kind of textbooks do we have in classrooms? Do we have mirrors and windows for kids, right? So they see themselves and they see outside. What are the kinds of activities that are taking place? What are the kinds of content that is being covered? So the example that you gave, right? And so as we're writing those units and we're building what students need to know and be able to do, assessments and then the resources, that's where we're able to ensure that the pieces really fit into this work and that we are updating or scrubbing, as you said, some of that content. So we have been doing that work with ELA, math, and social studies. We will be undertaking that work this summer for science. And with that lens and Sarah being able to take this training into that work, I think we will get even better at that process.
So it's kind of a forward as new curricula are, and curricula are being revised. As you're going forward, you're doing it. We're not really looking back at what's existing in our
We
classrooms,
revise
but-
current as we go. So every June, it's not just new content, it's revising current content, so that is part of it.
Okay, last question, and if I think I just want to ask for this for a follow-up, because it's kind of big and it's really getting at the activities that Monique was getting at as well. The whole point of this is for it to be systemic.
Correct.
And it doesn't help a student if the teacher next door is really well-trained and that student's teacher is not. It sounds like we've got leaders who are going to do training. I think you had a slide that said sort of a school-level leader. Every school is going to have, what, maybe one?
So obviously, teams.
A team, okay. But, I mean, it's kind of like a tree chart, right? Like, how many steps does it take to get to the point, where I assume we ideally would like to be of every teacher being trained? It costs a lot of money, I'm sure, but I think at the work session, I think it'd be helpful to see a graph or something of what it takes to get to that point. And then, of course, there's even the ongoing of, so you get to that point once, and then you got to roll back. So, again, follow-up, but I think it'd be very helpful for us to see, what the full plan would be so that we can think about if it's something we could build in over time. I know it's of great interest to the board. So I appreciate this presentation very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Tanya's question is going to be a little shorter. Why don't you go first?
All of us have been talking about this for the last month or so, a little deeper, and we're excited about the work session. We're excited to hear about deep equity. So I know a lot of us have overlapping concerns, and one of the questions I had was the same question that Monique had. But I did want to and I appreciate that we're going to be doing some student engagement before the year is over. But I just wanted to also remind us that students, I think someone said it earlier, students teach us. And I've worked with students who have had to have the challenging conversations with their teachers about expressing to them the discomfort that they feel. LGBTQ community, I know that my stepson, when he was at Washington Lee, him and his friend who was transgender, they had to work with the school to help them understand that in health class, splitting the classroom by gender was very uncomfortable. But I worked with them, their sponsor worked with them, and they're the ones who took that initiative on. They had the courage to find someone to help them facilitate that conversation. So I recognize and agree that we need to start with our teachers, but I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that there are things we can train them in to help them push the work forward, as in the meantime that the teachers are getting trained. So if there's something we can do to maybe focus it on at least teaching our students how to approach their teachers with those difficult conversations, maybe expressing to a counselor, I understand that you feel this is a challenging course for me, but actually, let me tell you how I interpreted that, right? And so I think I just want to provide that feedback as you go into the rest of the year while you're trying to implement the systemic change, that there are ways we can engage our students to help us in the systemic change from the bottom up. In addition to a deep equity style training. And one of the questions I had was, the youth equity program was mentioned. I didn't know if you were doing that with the youth, but it sounds like we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. The question, I would love to learn about what that program is, if that's the program we choose to go with. And I'm grateful that we have money to do that with because of the motion we passed. The other piece is train the trainer model. So I want to understand we are creating internal trainers through this that will then become a systemic part of our system. So we can then train in new teachers and our regular teachers that are veteran teachers and continue that training because it's more than one time, right? Okay.
And could I just address one
Yes.
other thing? I think it's very important that we train our staff. And so it's not just teachers, but it's all our scales, everybody that touches children, works with children, talks to children. I think it's very important that we are inclusive in our own practice so that we make change.
No, I appreciate it. That was actually one of my next question was principals and teachers and in these school leadership teams, and are we going to have cafeteria workers and custodians coming into this kind of work? So thank you. So you beat me to that. So I just wanted to make sure that the trainer model really was, we're creating a system where we can train our own and grow as our students grow. I know that Ms. Van Dorn has questions, and she'll probably touch a lot on a lot of the concerns that we have. So I think that's what I have for now. I think I covered the basic points in addition to the concerns that my colleagues have shared. So thank you for the presentation. I'm excited about this work. I know there's a lot more to do. So I look forward to continuing the conversations.
Thank you. Nancy, you have comments and questions?
Thank you, Chair Goldstein. I have a series of questions for you, and please take them as informational. We've been discussing this and preparing for the work session. I've met with the superintendent and Dr. Natras to plan, with all of your guidance, the work session, and we're continuing to work on that. But I'd like to provide some questions and some comments. And I want to start with saying words matter. Definitions matter from the get-go. And I would really like us to know what we mean by equity and how big is that group that we're holding in that definition. And then when we use words to describe equity and who we're including in that, we are consistent with that. What do we mean by equity? What do we mean by cultural competence? What do we mean by social justice? Because I believe it is everybody that is in that. And you can't exclude anybody from it by the color of their skin, their gender, their ability, whatever. You cannot exclude anybody at all if we're going to get anywhere.
Agreed.
Just today, I heard a question. Why do I have to have autistic children in my class? It's disruptive. Another question between two parents. Aren't there gangs at Wakefield High School? Another person said, aren't there too many white kids at Yorktown? Now, for me, that hurts me every time I hear it. But at least it came out of people's mouths so I could have a conversation about it. And that's the hard work we have here. We have hard work to do. These conceptions are all still out there, and we need to have those conversations. And I know that that's what you're talking about doing, but then we have to start with us, and we have to use words really intentionally. What do we really mean by equity? What is our definition, and who does it include? And it has to include the whole gamut of kids so that any child who's in a class, as Celeste described, that kid who is whatever color, whatever gender, whatever ability, that they don't get looked at when they walk in the class and, you know, wow, I can't believe you're here. Are you sure you're in the right class? And that they're welcomed in. When they ask to go into a higher level class, it's not, I don't know about that. It's, how can I help you succeed there? That does not happen, and that's how we're going to make progress. And when you get to pull this out, a publication that we did last year, 2 years ago, in 1999, we began the Cultural Competence Initiative, and I know I'm speaking to people who were part of that. That was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, and we trained systemically everybody in this school system across the board. What we kept waiting for were the kids. What we kept waiting for were the parents. What we kept waiting for was it to include the kids with disabilities, the gender issues, and it needs to do that. And to be perfectly frank, sometimes even the Latino students. You have all of that within your umbrella now, but I think we need to say it and say it every time. It's not just around one or two issues, it's all of the issues. And I know that that's a big bailiwick, but you can't leave, we cannot leave anybody out in this discussion. So I really, really urge you to really clearly define equity and who we're talking about and who we're involving. Because when I read through this, I felt like it got narrower and narrower. And I felt like we were way back in other descriptions that were very narrowly focused by department. And I really want us not to do that. So with that statement, I'm just asking you to, and I will say this again at the work session and keep going, because, for example, you know that I'm an advocate for students with disabilities. They are always left out of this discussion. They are always an afterthought. The kids with gender issues are always an afterthought, what Tanya raised. So I really need to ask you to please always, when you talk about bias, it's not just racial bias. It is racial bias. And all those of us who have felt that kind of bias in one fraction, socioeconomic, we're so sensitive to that. But when our need is also left out, it's uncomfortable. So I'm really asking you all to define that. And I would ask you, I challenge you, to also think about the team you have. You don't have anybody from special education on your leadership team. You don't have somebody from the East Hall Hill Department on your team. So you're designing a program and you're doing your core training without those leadership people at the core table.
I want to say something about that, because something that is incredibly important to our department is that everyone in this room can represent our students with disabilities and our East Hall Hill students. It doesn't live in an office. It lives across the department and it lives across the division. So we intentionally picked the people here because they can do that work. And it will expand to the SPED office and the East Hall Hill office and every other office within the department and within the division. So I want us to be careful when we say that other people can't represent those groups, because they can and they are. So I do want to make sure we say that.
I would just like
I think that there's expertise that's needed, and I hear what you're saying, but we need to have representation, and people need to see that representation. So I'm just going to go on, okay? So let me just give you some specifics. I asked on slide 2 about equity. I asked about the issue of under strategies that you're going to address unconscious racial bias throughout APS. I would ask you to address unconscious bias against a variety of groups in your work. So this is where I think words matter. On slide 3, you're talking about integrating culturally relevant concepts and practices. What do we mean? What do we mean by culturally relevant? Maybe we need a lexicon that goes with this so that people feel themselves in this material. That's what I'm talking about. They don't feel like it's just for those kids or those kids. I see myself in that. I have not felt like I've been supported in the school system. They have a plan to support me. I want to jump on board with that. I want everybody to feel like they see themselves in it. So Dr. Natchez, you may feel that you know that this team represents that, but when I look at it and I see that special education is not represented, and I see that East Hall Hill is not represented, I don't see those groups on your team. And I know we need to move past that era, and I really want to do that, but here is where we are, and those groups have historically been left out of this cultural competency conversation, and I want it to be expanded to include everybody and for us to see everybody at the table.
We're in the performance objective.
So again, slide 4, what do we mean by social dominance and social justice? What does that mean to every group we're talking about? Slide 5, culturally responsive practices. What does that mean, and what does that mean for every group we're talking about? So engaging also on slide 5 in thoughtful exploration of institutional racism and its impact. When a child asks why they have to have an autistic child in a classroom, that is an institutional, a child's bias against a certain group of children. And we need to work on that. And I'm just going to beat this because I have, for all my years in APS, we all share. We are all greater when we work together on these things, and we can't leave anybody out. Words matter. The final bullet on that page is perfect, on page 5. Describes all the groups, but it's like an afterthought. We're just going to shove all the words in there that mean everybody. Let's figure out what we mean. Maybe that's the headline, and maybe that is, now remember, here's our code word, equity means all these groups, and embed that in there rather than picking out one group so everybody is included. And let's be clear about the definitions. Slide 6. Again, the issue that's been raised by my colleagues about challenging racism, that's fine, but we have to broaden that definition. There are other isms, as I've told you the examples of the conversations I heard today. It needs to be broadened, and we need to do that, and there are members in the community who have been waiting for that to be broader. And we did focus on kids. I have conversations at my dinner table every night with students who I learn from. I would almost say that we need to talk to them first and be letting them advise us, because they are way better than us at being inclusive and supportive of each other than we are. And I hear you about training the teachers, but I would say the kids can jumpstart us. They jumpstart me every single night at my dinner table. So, you know, I ask you on slide 8, we have the description of your, well, on slide 7, I already made the comment about, I think we need representation from special education in East Salt Hill and Title I. So on slide 8, I'd like to know if the consultant and author has experience in this broader definition of diversity, and particularly related to second language learners, socioeconomics, and students with disabilities and gender issues, because that's very important. And if all that is part of the definition of deep equity, I'm thrilled. That gets to slide 9. I completely agree with you. This has to be system-wide. It has to be systemic. But I think every teacher would tell me that they're used to efforts rolling through and then they stop and the new effort comes about, which is why I point out the cultural competency. We should be building on that.
That's what we're doing.
Okay, that's not clear, because you have a powerhouse of people. I know Tim Cotman from my days at Jefferson. I know what he's been doing. I know many of the people out there, but we need, it feels disjointed, and it needs to be more inclusive. So of all the different groups, and it needs to be shown that that's all those groups by using words. So that's my reaction to your presentation. I think you know that we all care passionately about this. This is our moment to create a transformative policy that supports your work and supports our kids who desperately need us. Our environment in this country is so toxic. In our state, it's become that way, and the kids are looking at us to support them, and they can teach us how to get through this. So they should be involved in this. They should be actively involved in this. I just came from the Student Advisory Board. If this had been a conversation there, you would have gotten so much information that we need, and they don't need to wait another year or another 20 years while we try to train everybody and then come up with a new program. So yes, I want it to come fast, and I will help you in any way I can and support you in any way, but please, a broad definition. And when you use words, be careful what words you use, define them, and make your umbrella as big as possible and bring everybody in so we all can hold each other and help each other through this conversation. It's absolutely critical. So student and parent involvement, I think the leadership team needs to reflect the different groups who we want to have involved in this effort. Define your words. Please don't compartmentalize. And that's it. And thank you. I know this is not easy work, and you know you have our laser-like attention, because we think this will transform our school system. So I really have to thank you and the team for this work. It's so important. So thank you.
Thank you. Right, as Nancy said, this is big stuff. And personally, I'm looking forward to the work session where we can explore hopefully most of this in greater detail. And so I'm also looking forward to whatever read ahead you have for us prior to the work session, so I can get smart on this. And there's going to be, this is life-changing stuff. And so it's going to take me, anyway, a while to wrap my mind around it, to be able to understand concepts and ask questions and stuff like that, so I can be prepared and productive for the work session. So I'm going to just hold the rest of my thoughts and questions until then. And let me thank you all very much for the presentation. Oh, you had more? One tiny thing from Monique.
I just wanted to thank you for all of your hard work. I know that we are all trying to come together to make sure that we're living what we talked about in the strategic plan about ensuring that we have equity. I want to thank the people who are working on the training, because I know that that is hard work, and you have to go ahead and make that live and breathe throughout all of our schools. So I want to thank you for that. And I just wanted to make sure that there was a thank you, because I know I know how hard and how important this work is to all of you who are working on it. And so I hope we can all move forward in an encouraging way for our students and our teachers and under all of those different issues. But I know that this is hard work, and so I just wanted to say thank you, and we look forward to working with you guys to ensure that we can make a big difference with our teachers and our students in all that we do. And I'm so happy that you were able to bring in Mr. Howard as well, because I think that it's great to hear from the person who's doing the training. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Okay. This is actually just some information I wanted to share that I gained this week, and I meant to share it when I was making my comments. I attended a VSBA equity webinar, so a lot of Virginia schools are actually working on this work, and I found out that Roanoke is also a majority minority school, and they have been working on, they actually have an equity policy that other Virginia schools have been using. So I didn't know if you all were aware of the work at Roanoke and Norfolk. So I just wanted to make sure that I learned about it this week. I was excited because we're doing this work, and so as you work on this, I just wanted to share that information just in case you hadn't come across it, because we're learning too. So that was it, and I'm happy to share the information we received from VSBA if you don't have access to it already.
I have it.
Okay, thank you.
That's part of the work and the development of the equity policy.
Right, I know
It
you've
really
been
speaks to
looking
Ms. Van Dorn in defining what equity means and what it looks like for us, and how it includes everyone and all our students. And so I just want to acknowledge her feedback and say all of that is being considered in the development of the policy. And I did refer to the equity policy in Roanoke, as well as other districts that look like ours.
Right.
So,
And for me, it was
thank you.
fascinating to find out, because I didn't wear that. So I just thought I would share that since I learned about it on Tuesday, so thank you.
Yeah, last year, and if I haven't shared it, I'll share it. I went to an equity workshop that the Virginia School Board Association did, and there were several school systems that have already defined their policy. They've already defined their strategies. They already have outcomes. And I will, again, share that. If you don't have that, I will share it again to all of you. I wanted to pull up a couple of the pictures, because there are some visuals that just speak 1,000 words. And kids are great at that. So I will share that again with you all, because it was a day-long session on what different school systems are doing around Virginia, and also some of the larger issues like reaching out to your county leaders to assist in this, because it's not something that we can do alone. Like what I saw on listservs today had to do with parents outside our classrooms. And, those are conversations we have to engage in too. But thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. We know it's shared responsibility, and the work is hard, but we can do it together, collaboratively.
Okay, and wrapping up round two.
Wrapping up super quick, I'm going to channel my former colleague, Mr. Lander, for just a moment and ask Mr. Howard if you have a Twitter handle. Are you on Twitter? Because there are a lot of Gary Howards. I can't find you.
I kept myself off of social media.
Oh, okay, very smart. But think about it. Yeah. Think about it, because people like us, look at it. I follow a lot of sort of cultural competence kinds of educators, and it's a great way actually to communicate some of your ideas. So.
Through Corwin, through Corwin, the publisher of my book there.
Or if you have MySpace, he's got that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you all for your contributions to this. Again, we'll be seeing more detail on this at the work session on equity, inclusion, and transgender policies. That will be Tuesday, February 26th. It'll be in this room starting at 7 o'clock. And we look forward to that. And moving on. Are we moving on?
We're moving on.
Okay.
Still me. I'm just staying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Did you
okay.
have more on that last item?
No, I have instructional program
Okay, we're
pathways.
getting
It's
ready
next
for the,
one.
okay.
Yep.
And so the next update is the pre-kindergarten to grade 12 instructional program pathways preview. So I'd been calling it
Great
IPP, but now I have to call it IPPP.
There you go. PP.
IPPP. Yeah, let's not go there. Dr. Murphy, would you like to introduce this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Goldstein. So this evening, this is a little bit of a precursor to the work session that we have coming up next Tuesday on February the 12th. So what I've asked Dr. Natras to do in this monitoring report is kind of just lay out the framework and the schedule as far as what the discussion we'll be having on Tuesday evening. This is really kicking off the plan or kicking off the work that's going to be done, and the majority of that work is going to require some engagement, and it's going to transpire from now until the end of the year, and the end of the year being June. So Dr. Natras, I'll turn it over to you. You may also want to just give a little bit of some highlights that we may be seeing on Tuesday evening.
Yes, and I've put these objectives in for this presentation to put some parameters on it, right? Because this is a big conversation and everyone wants to really dig into it. And so for this evening, our three key elements are to articulate the rationale. Why are we doing this work? Why do we need to talk about a pre-K-12 instructional program pathway? And then to just provide the information on the initial plans. This is not, it's barely out of the gate, right? So I'll provide that information and then share the timeline for the work moving forward. So there are two kind of key components to this work. One of the things that has come out of the strategic plan is to talk about our balance of options in neighborhood schools. And so in order to do that, we have to really do two key things. One, we need to define the elements of an option school. What makes an option school an option school? How is it different from our neighborhood schools? And then develop the draft for what might those pathways look like for students. So when we think about what our students are exposed to pre-K-12, what are those things that we know are in every neighborhood school that make Arlington schools incredible schools? And what are the instructional models that some students may gravitate toward that we can enhance? We can allow for them to have a different instructional experience. So you see that as we're doing this draft, we're really working to do several things. Define a variety of entry points. So if students want to go into a program in kindergarten or in middle school or in high school, there are different entry points for that. Pre-K-12 articulation where appropriate. Sometimes we may decide that a program is only an elementary program, or it's a middle and high program, or it's all of the above. So that where appropriate really matters here. Supports a clear message of access for all students and families. One of the things that I think was really a precursor to the change in the options and transfer policy in 2017 was that we had a 13-page policy that talked about everything from clusters and zones, and here's an option school for the whole division, and trying to manage when you communicate that to families, it's not clear, right? So a big piece of this work is clarity around what those options are. We want to ensure that it aligns with the strategic plan and the profile of a graduate and have multiple pathways for student success. So it can look lots of different ways and that it's clearly defined. So two key areas of focus for this work. One, what is an option school? And two, then, what are our instructional program pathways? Why are we doing this? We have a lot of things that really play into this, and they're all very interrelated. As you all know, we've been through boundary processes, not just the elementary one this year, but we did high school refinements recently. We have the updated options and transfer policy from 2017. We are opening new schools. So when we talk about Reed, when we talk about Dorothy Ham, when we're thinking of adding new schools as our enrollment continues, what is the structure within those schools find themselves? And what does that look like? We are experiencing enrollment growth. We want to ensure we have equal opportunity of access and our strategic plan says we're going to do this work and focus on it. And so a big element then to the why is we want to have a systemic approach to this. And we'll talk a lot more about that at the work session. We have done an initial staff review of this work and also actually did the bulk of the ACI meeting last night. Our Advisory Council on Instruction was also very focused on this. So we've been reviewing some guiding documents, the 2018 to 24 strategic plan, the policy that I've referenced, the teaching and learning framework, which is around what do we expect in all classrooms in APS across the board. We did a 2017 community survey asking the community what kinds of options they would be interested in. A couple of things missing from this are really the profile of a graduate work from the state. So we're also, we've reviewed the definition within that staff review. We've researched other school districts with school options to see what is happening outside of APS as this work continues across the country. And we've also started working through scenarios, and I say started working through scenarios because we're going to continue working through them through June as I show you the timeline. So these are some of the decision points that have risen to the surface. There will be many others. I'm sure others will come up even in the work session next week. But what we're really looking at are several things. What programs should we offer as options schools or options programs? And at which level then would these programs be offered? And this is a question for much, 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 much later. How might the school sites be determined, right? What will that look like as we're thinking through that process? And then there are individual decision points that we have to think about that relate to this. Our early childhood options play a role. Our secondary ESOL HILT programs, which we currently have at various locations, our alternative education programs. And then one question that we're really going to, I think, be grappling with this is that idea of programs or schools. So as you look across K-12, we have some programs and we have some schools and we have some programs within schools. So how do we clarify that as we're going through this pathway process? So this is a timeline. It shows everything moving forward. It doesn't show the couple of things that have happened thus far. I did reference both of those. So you can see who is involved at each one of those dates as well as the outcome. So we will have the work session on February 12th where we're really going to provide a lot more details. This is happening, and then the 12th we'll dig into the specifics. And then in March, we will be taking a lot of this information to principal and staff groups. We have what I am calling our staff team of about 40 representatives that have principals, assistant principals, teachers, counselors, folks from school and community relations, transportation, of course, right? That has a big role in this, and our planning and evaluation team. And so we have a staff team. We've talked about this with some principals at our admin council meeting this week. ACI has already been part of the conversation, but in March will be the really big push with some of our other groups. We will also be working with the BAC and FAC. We're going to be asking for representatives from those teams to be part of what we're calling a working group that has community and staff within it. So at one point, we're kind of working in parallel structures, and then we'll come together, and then we'll go back out to the staff, and then you see in mid-April that that's the community input time. That's big community input. That's when we put our surveys out. That's when we may have additional community meetings like we have with some of these other processes. And then the staff team will take that input in May, pull it all together, work through some final drafts, and then we'll bring it forward to the board in June. So that's a preview of the work to come. It is a really big project. We are excited about bringing the work together systemically. So I will take any questions you have, knowing that we have a work session for this on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for the presentation. Let's see if we have speakers first before board comment. No speakers. Okay. Board members, I would like to keep this to one round, fairly brief if possible, because we will be seeing a greater depth of this at the work session this coming Tuesday here in this room, 7 p.m. So, do board members have questions, comments, clarifications? Monique.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how great I think this work is. I feel like this is going to be very important as we're a growing system, and I think it's helpful for us to understand how we can use some of these instructional pathways to give our students greater opportunities and choice and voice. And so it's a very exciting thing, because one of the things I think it will also allow us to do is to lead with instruction. A lot of times we're grappling with where to put buildings and what to do, but if we understand the instructional needs of our students and have a vision for where we're going with that, I think that can be really great. I think it's really good, important, needed work at this time. And the other thing I would say is, while I feel like our neighborhood schools are definitely the backbone of our system, our option programs actually help strengthen our neighborhood programs, in my personal opinion, because I believe it allows there to be some stability, so that we always don't have to always move boundaries because one little area is growing and another area may not be growing. This gives people the opportunity through choice to make some other differences that allow us to keep our boundaries a little bit more stable. So we don't have to go at them too often and change boundaries every single year for every grade, so every level. So I think that this is really good. I want to thank you for your leadership on this, and I look forward to the additional work. And I think that this will be exciting for everyone involved and for our future students in Arlington. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. In a lot of our conversations with the community, we have been sharing that the work on immersion and our vision for IB and so forth will be coming forward. And you may have mentioned it, but I just didn't catch it. So I just want to reiterate that this work session will encompass some of that discussion on immersion and the future of IB and the future of our programs, because that's what I've been sharing. That's what we've been sharing with the community. So I just want. It's not in the slides, but this is a very broad overview. So I just want to confirm that we are correct, that discussion will be had at the work session, not just on immersion, but on all of our programs and our pathways, but that is part of that discussion.
Yes, and that will be kind of the initial big conversation around this work. Excellent. With nothing really being completed until June, right? This is going to be one of our processes that is iterative for a good amount of time.
Excellent, because we've been saying that this is tying into,
Absolutely.
Before we can make some decisions on some other things, this is a big piece of it.
Yes,
so
it is.
just because it's not mentioned in there doesn't mean it's not being discussed, and it's part of that discussion. So I just wanted to reiterate that for our community who may have said, well, you guys said this is part of it, but they're not seeing that in this slide. It is.
This is more of an announcement, right?
Okay,
The work is going to
great.
happen. This is the launch.
Excellent.
That's
Okay,
kind of
thank
where
you.
we are.
Thank you for that clarity, and I look forward to the work session. I'm very excited about it.
Sure.
Thank you. Other comments, board members? Nancy?
We're very excited this evening about everything, because we finally have gotten to the meat of our education. And as you can tell, the board always gets super excited when we finally get to have this conversation. All of our schools are great schools. When we do the boundaries, to me, we're just giving kids different opportunities to go to different great schools. Now we get to talk about your leadership and taking this school system and fulfilling the strategic plan. So it's very exciting. So I have a little bit of anxiety about some of this, and I want to explain why. Resources are going to be a tremendous issue. So while the community and we all may come up with our favorite options and ways that we'd like the school system to be, resources are going to come into play. And in particular, space and enrollment are real constraints. So I'm thinking like a SWOT analysis. And I don't see the moment when staff provides the board with a draft proposal of what this looks like and matching that with the resources that we have before it goes out to the community for comment, because I'm uncomfortable when something is created by the community with resource constraints off the table, and then it comes back to us to say, wow, that's great, but we can't do most of that. And what happens sometimes when we don't deal with those issues overtly is we do things like what are happening with Kenmore and Jefferson right now. We built an arts and technology program. We built an IB program. They became popular, just like Arlington Tech has become popular. And now we don't have the capacity to support those, on one hand, because we don't have the room and we don't have probably the transportation resources, and the other one because we don't have the room. So in a very sobering kind of way, looking at the resources we have and saying, what are the constraints on the plan? And I don't see the point in there where we sort of have a check-in to say, yeah, that's about the size of the playing field, what do you think we should do? And I see it going from a meeting that we have where we have initial discussions, and the next time we hear it is in June, and a lot of work and input with the community. So I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if we might need a check-in at some point to see if the questions that needed to be asked about resources and directions as maybe. I'm just putting that out there, that I wouldn't want to get to June and not have had that check-in. So, or maybe we do it a couple times on the way informally, but I think those are really important questions, and people forget because they get the passion for their IB program or the immersion program or Montessori or whatever the passion is. And that's lovely, but we aren't going to be able to do everything, so are we dealing with the constraints that we're going to have? And we have constraints. We have families who are going, you know, this is raw right now because everybody's going through the lottery process. And when my kids were growing up, you basically could kind of do what you wanted to do in this school system, and it's a whole different day now. And it's hard, and we have to navigate people through it. So I like to be really clear about expectations.
Well, and
So-
part of what we will discuss at the work session and things is that even as this vision comes forward, it isn't going to happen immediately, right? So it is a long-term, where are we going? And that's why we have our transportation folks on that team, why we have planning and evaluation on that team. So this is really looking at where do we want to be in terms of instruction as a school division? And then if this is where we want to be and we're thinking as we move forward with our growth and with the new schools opening and things, then where do those fit within this, right? And that's where I think the constraints and things come into it. So that will be a piece of it. But that, to me, I see as further down after we've said, here's what we really are looking for. Now, how do we make that happen, or where does that not necessarily happen? So you saw in this one, like the how might the school sites be determined, all we're talking about is how they would even be decided upon at this point. Without any kind of conversation about this should go at this school and this is going to go over here. It's more the, as we look as a school division, what are those pathways? And then we get into the constraints of what that would look like.
You're saying after June, we'd get into that?
We will be having pieces of that as we go through this work. But we're not going to predict out all the way through the next 20 years.
So what's the outcome in June?
The outcome in June is here is what we are looking for in terms of instructional pathways for our students in APS. So when we talk about how we balance options in neighborhood schools, what do we want those options to be? What might that balance look like, right? One of the conversations we had at ACI last night was, how many options should we have? At what point, what's the tipping point percentage-wise of option seats to neighborhood seats? It's that kind of conversation to provide that concept of what it is we're looking for and what those programs might be.
Okay, and I would just caution, again, being an older parent, when people express their interests and get vested in that, the notion that we would like to do that, but we can't right now because we don't have the resources becomes difficult. So I'm putting the resource issue on the table early.
Can I clarify something as a follow-up to Ms. Van Doren on that?
Sure.
So is this, I guess my question is this a visioning process? In other words, are we looking at what I'm hearing is it's a long-term vision, and our plan or path will be not something that we expect to achieve tomorrow or even next year or even in 2 years. Maybe it's something that we work towards in 5 or 10 or 15 years, but then it will inform us as we are growing and putting new schools in place. Hey, we said that the tipping point in option schools was at 10%, and this is going to, if this school is an option school, it's going to put us in 12%. So is this a discussion we need to have, or can we take that out? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the difference between, because we do a lot of planning in APS. So there's a visioning process and a plan, and I appreciate what Ms. Van Doren's saying about the resource piece. But, you know, if that's what it is, then I agree. When parents get invested in something, they expect it to come online tomorrow. So we just need to be very, very clear. This is vision. Okay, we're not looking to implement tomorrow. If we come up with this phenomenal idea that all of a sudden, I don't know, we've gotten so creative and out of the box, well, that's going to happen in 15 years. It's not tomorrow. It's not for the kids in the system today, but it's how we are going to, if that's what we're doing, let's just be clear about that at the work session.
Yes, and we want to have this in place so that as we're doing our next round of elementary boundaries, we're thinking about, okay, we said we wanted this in terms of our option schools and neighborhood schools. So as we're doing that boundary process, where does that play into this? If we think back 2 years when we were planning on opening Reed and opening Dorothy Ham and things, what we've traditionally done is said, we're opening a new school. What should the instructional program be? Bring the neighborhood together and decide on that instructional program. What we're saying is because we have so much growth and because we're opening new schools, we need to have a long-term systemic vision to say, okay, we're opening a new school in 5 years. Here's what we said our pathways should be. Where does this new school fit in those pathways, right?
Okay.
So that it isn't oh, we're opening a new school. What's the instructional program going to be? That's already defined because we've said, here's what we want pre-K-12 as a school division. And so what I envision for this June piece is then coming forward and saying, here's what we already have. We've said we're going to do these pre-K-12 program pathways. Look at what we already have in place. 80% of it's in place. So as we move forward and we start looking at things like boundaries and we start looking at new schools and we start thinking about where we place things, we now have that strategic systemic plan for here's what it looks like.
Excellent.
And we're not having to start from, oh, we're opening a school in 2 years. What's that going to be?
And this will be.
That's what we're trying to answer.
And this
right?
will be
Here's what we want.
tied into our strategic plan, the profile of a
It's in there.
graduate, and as we tweak the options and transfers policy, we'll be able to feed into it from what our vision is.
Right, that's
Okay.
why this, right?
Okay.
These things are all connected.
Excellent. So
And
it
we've
makes-
got to look at them
This makes a lot more
systemically.
sense to me now, so I appreciate that discussion. Thank you, Ms. Goldstein.
Could I just add on to that and remind everyone the other thing that's happening in the future is our next CIP, which is only a year away. And we just learned at our last school board meeting that just looking at elementary, ideally, we would like to build a new elementary school every 2.5 years. So essentially, and that may be going on, now we may or may not be able to afford that, and that's where the resource constraint comes in. Every 2 years when we do our CIP, we look at what we can do. But this is going to give us a chance to say, as we're looking at those stream of, for example, elementary schools, you know, as we build 3 or 4, maybe one of them should be an option that fits within this pathway. This kind of gives us a roadmap, a long-term vision. I like the word vision, Tanya. That then, as we make our plans for facilities, and whether we're doing additions or, like you said, whether we're even redistricting or anything we're doing, then we can make sure that it's all fitting within that long-term vision. So,
That's right.
yeah. And frankly, given the timeline for this piece, you're constrained on time anyway. So I think what you've defined is a project that we can actually get done within those few months, because the whole alignment with what we have and then where we want to go is, I think, another chunk of this. I think we're in a nice timeline to get that worked out.
Mr. Goldstein. So I'm totally good with that. I love vision. I think it's great. It's going to be short. But at the same time that you do that, if you can have the save item, which says, here's what it will take in reality to do that. If we build another elementary school, somebody's going to have an option school next to their home. So I just want to have those lists of this is what happens in this environment. We're just going to have to do that. And then when something becomes popular, that some kids aren't going to be able to go. So I just want to be clear that with people, like, can you expect to see this in 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years? What has to happen for this to happen? We have to have a robust transportation system. You're going to have an option school. You're going to have to change your school potentially from a neighborhood school to an option school. I would just like to list those, because those are all the items that people are going to have to think about at the same time that they're having this great vision, which I love and they think is wonderful. But I also want to see us achieve it and remind people that they can help us by thinking these things through. Like, if we ask you to start to have kids take public transportation, that you're willing to do that so you can free up transportation resources for something else, or that you're willing to say, hey, maybe we should have that option school next door to me while they build that other neighborhood school over there. I think that would be a useful thing to have those what does it take column and what is the timeline, so that we're kind of sober about the discussion, but have a great vision.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we'll be calling February the month of transformative change, given the two major topics we've heard tonight in presentations that will be playing out in work sessions this month. And I would ask board members to take a look at the presentation read ahead that we're going to get prior to the weekend and submit questions so that you know the kinds of things that are on our mind as we go to the work session, which I think I'm encouraging everybody now to bring sleeping bags to. Sounds like it's going to be a long one. It's a tough crowd. It's a tough crowd here. And on the question of whether we need a check-in prior to June, I think that's something we should keep in the back of our minds, and possibly, depending on how things play out Tuesday, maybe bring it up then. And I have one comment on what you were talking about in the presentation. And that is, I heard you talk about a balance of option and neighborhood schools. And so my question is, or my comment is, that we also have hybrid schools. We have neighborhood schools with option programs in them. And so, like...
Programs within schools. That's the way we've been trying to describe that. Yep.
Well, Jefferson has one program. Washington, well...
That one's different, yeah. So that's why...
They're hybrid. They're not all the same.
That question is so important. Programs or schools? What are we talking about, and where do they live?
Just want to make sure that they are not forgotten, because I'd be interested to know how they fit into this program pathways.
Yes, and the way we've been discussing that is that they're programs within schools. So Immersion is a program within Gunston. IB is a program within Washington Lee. Then we have differences where we have, as Ms. Van Doren was talking about with Jefferson, having an IB program and it's the full school, same with Randolph. So that's the programs or schools question that's here that I think we really need to wrap our heads around and try to articulate clearly as we're communicating with the community.
Dr. Natras?
So we have both, and
Yep.
that'll be one of the things I'm looking for on Tuesday.
Can I just follow up exactly on, would you be able to provide maybe a definition list for us as we're moving forward in this conversation? When we were doing the work for the Master Planning Committee, there was a big discussion in the group I was in about choice and option. And it was decided at the time that they'd be called options, and that really helped to move the conversation forward. So I think just in the conversation that we had here, I understood Ms. Van Doren and Mr. Goldstein to be discussing the same thing, but they're using two different names. It would be so helpful. So I don't know if it's something you could prepare for us, and how staff is defining schools like TJ and Kenmore versus a school like Wakefield that has Immersion and AP Central. I'm happy to take whatever names you guys want to come up with, just so that we have some defined terms moving forward, so that we're all on the same page in the discussion. Because some people have called hybrid schools something else, but I understand what Mr. Goldstein is saying. So if we just have a definition guide for the work session, since this is going to be long-term work, that'd be very helpful.
Yeah, and we can bring back, one of the foundation documents for our work was the options and transfer policy. There are a couple of really nice paragraphs in there that define some of these things, so I'll make sure we bring that Tuesday, and we'll start that as some of the work. So we'll bring that forward. Yep.
Sure. So Nancy's slid a large denomination bill in my direction and wants to have another question.
Well, it's really a comment. I just want to remind us that when we did the option and transfer policy, there was a component of that policy where we listed our option programs and the option schools, and we took that, we went back and forth, and we decided to take it out, and it was to reside in the PIP. But then we said we were going to try that out, but it might come back into the policy. So that because people want to know what are the option programs and what aren't option programs, what are they? And I think we need to keep that in mind. Do we believe still that that resides in the PIP, or should it be in the policy? And I raise that for my example being Kenmore and Jefferson, which have now, because they no longer have transfers, don't have the same kind of option aspect to them that they did previously. So I'm just raising it because where should it reside? And as we go down this path, are we going to have that table somewhere or not? Is it going to reside in the PIP, or is it going to reside in the policy? And how are we going to make sure that the community is aware of changes? So I just want to keep that on the table.
So these are all great questions and comments that I'm sure we will have time to explore on Tuesday, and I'm looking forward to that discussion then. Okay, thank you very much. And, right, I said that. Yeah, upcoming work session Tuesday, 7 o'clock in this room. And now we have one action item tonight, and that is our 2019-2020 division calendar. Dr. Murphy, would you like to introduce that?
Sure, but before we go to that, I'm going to, I would be very remiss if I didn't share a few comments about the last item that we had. And I'd like to just provide a backdrop, because I think it's very important that we remember where we came from. And where we came from was not an era of growth with many of the things that we have existing today. The size of our buildings, the number of options that are out there, how those options were put together, and how they were rolled out. We have experienced extraordinary growth that has occurred, that has resulted in us in having to deal with things such as boundaries, quite a sizable capital program, either adding schools or adding additions to our schools. And one of the things at the base of this are two key issues. And the first issue is, are we meeting the needs of our students? That was really at the heart of all of these discussions. If you go back to one of the discussions that the master planning group had, and I think some of you folks were actually a part of that. And I think there was a interest of the board at that time, as there is interest of the board this time, is we want to see kids flourish, we want to see them grow, and we recognize by having different opportunities for them, either through options or neighborhood schools, that they can excel and aspire to whatever their dreams and their hopes are, and to be successful. The other piece that I know this board has been adamant about is making sure that opportunities are presented so everyone has a chance to pursue those, recognizing there are some limitations, and those limitations are occurring because of, again, the growth factor. But we want to try and level the playing field. So, I know something you don't know, so I have an advantage, or there's some way that I'm able to game the system, et cetera. And so there has been a lot of discussion around that. So I think where we're headed is to try and straighten many of those things out. The comparison I always draw to is, have you ever gone into a closet and say, this closet's a mess? I got to clean this closet up. And you reach up and you grab one box, shoebox, and the whole closet comes tumbling down upon you. Well, for the person that designed that closet, it made a whole lot of sense to them. They knew what they were doing. But as we enter into that closet and we begin to make some of these reorganizations, we've got to do that over time. And we've got to make sure at the base of that we keep our two primary things in place. One, that we provide opportunities for kids so that they can excel and be successful, and it's something that they're interested in. And two, that we make sure that it's done in an equitable way so everyone has that opportunity, given the pressures that we see with a growing school division. So I'll echo some of the things that were already shared, but I think this is going to be something that's going to need to evolve over time, and it's really straightening that, to some degree, straightening that closet up so all of this begins to articulate and fit together. So I just wanted to share that before we moved into Tuesday evening, and also recognize that a lot of the things that were put into place have been here for decades, And decades ago, we looked very, very different, just the size and the scale of the school division. So thank you for letting me share that. Let me move on to Mr. Aaron Wells-Smith, who's got our school calendar. This is a revision. There was some discussion that came up at the last meeting, and I think you've been able to address that. So if you want to provide kind of that update as far as where we are with that, that would be great.
I have. Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Thank you, School Board, for coming back and considering the school calendar for action this evening. There's a few clarifying points that I want to bring to your attention from the last time we met to discuss the calendar. The first of which is the consideration for the election day bill. We discussed this briefly during the last presentation, and it was something that was just hot off the press at that time. We've been following its progression carefully. It looks like it will pass for students, but not possibly for adults. We've gone ahead just to make sure that both calendars do have enough flexibility that if it should be seen to fruition, that both will meet the needs of that particular bill. Barcroft staff would participate in off-site professional learning, and the division staff already will be participating on off-site grade prep day. So staff will be out of the building on that day, election day, for both calendars, and it's a student holiday in both calendars. So just for clarifying purposes, we feel like we've met the requirement around that, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. The other update that I wanted to talk to you about was the option 2 calendar, the question of the day. And we did go back and take a look. The day would be, the difference would be that the October 14th Columbus Day, staff and students would report. So that's the day that they would be present. Again, looking at both calendars, both do have 7 professional learning days in August. The first calendar, the instruction seems to be a little bit more continuous in the fact that there is 1 holiday, 1 early release, and 2 parent-teacher conferences. October 14th, in that particular calendar day, would be a professional learning day for staff and a student holiday. Calendar number 2, that would be October 14th with students and staff reporting, which would bring us out of alignment with what is happening in other neighboring school divisions, but it does get the day in there that we need to have. Both do provide 12-month employees with a December 26th as a holiday. The feedback, again, overwhelmingly, calendar 1 was recommended as it aligns with other school divisions, and it mirrors the calendar that we did use last year, which staff felt met needs. And that would be the superintendent's recommendation. The continuing recommendation, again, because of the alignment with other school divisions, the positive feedback that we did receive on the calendar for this year, that mirrors that, and the calendar committee overwhelmingly recommends that for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have speakers? No speakers. Okay, board members, comments, questions? Barbara.
Yes, before we get to a motion, I just wanted to put a plug in for this process next year. And I know you made a comment about the things going on with the legislature right now. One of the other things that's happening is it looks like we're finally going to get permission to start before Labor Day. It looks that way. The process isn't done, veto session, other things happen. I know as one board member, I would be very interested in seeing at least one option come next year. And I think it will be a community discussion. Not everyone likes the idea of starting before Labor Day, but I would like to see an option that does start before Labor Day. Ultimately, I'm a big fan of year-round school, and this gives us a chance to start working in that direction. So just wanted to ask for that. Thank you.
And I'm just going to follow up on Barbara's comments, that's okay?
Sure.
I did want to just say, Mr. Chadwick, if we do have an option that starts earlier next year, and it's approved, your facilities are going to have to come online a week or 2 earlier for the Ed Center and the Reed. So, you may want to make sure you have representation on that committee.
Yes, but it's, that's all happening this year, so we're not going to make changes
No,
this year.
no, but I'm saying if the
In
law
future
passes,
years.
Dr. Ken was saying that next year, if it passes, when we're in this process next year, we may like to see a calendar starting early. So I was just mentioning that that'll mean our facilities that we have in the pipeline would have to open up that time. So I just wanted to make that comment.
And I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, but we will take that into consideration.
He does have a seat on the committee. He does, a permanent seat.
Okay, so just to be clear, we will be taking action on this calendar recommendation that talks about starting school this coming September and what the calendar thereafter would look like. This discussion about the change in the law, if the law changes, would not take effect until September, our calendar affecting September of 20.
That is correct.
Okay, any other comments prior to a motion? No? Could I have a motion, please?
I have a motion, Mr. Chair. I move that the board adopt Division Calendar 1 for the 2019-2020 school year as recommended by the Calendar Committee and the superintendent.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. And all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you
Erin.
very much.
Thanks to the committee for the work that you all did on developing the calendar.
Thank you.
And we're now at the information items stage of the agenda, and there are 7 information items tonight. And first is the proposed revisions to School Board Policy D 10.1 on purchasing. Dr. Murphy?
Yes, I'm just going to make a note here, Mr. Goldstein, that Ms. Peterson has the next 4 items. We will go ahead and transition through each one, but she'll be at the podium here for the next several minutes. The first one that she has is Board Policy D-10.1 on purchasing. So I know the board has been working on many of these policies, so Ms. Peterson, if you could go ahead and proceed with this first item.
Absolutely. Good evening. I'm here to talk about revisions to Purchasing Policy D-10.1. We have revised this policy since it has not been revised in 10 years. We've made some updates to it so that it reflects current APS policies and procedures, and of course, to make it compliant with the Code of Virginia and the Virginia Public Procurement Act. We've also updated the references section, so all of the pertinent references and legal references are there. We've made, obviously, some minor wording and punctuation changes, and then we made changes to the policy implementation procedures. Wow, so much easier to say PIPs, to reflect these changes. And that is it. I will take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there speakers? No speakers, board members? Questions, comments? None? Okay, so let me say, and I'll probably end up saying this a few times this evening, that I would be inclined to put this on the consent agenda when it comes back to us for action, I believe, at our next meeting of February 21st. If there is anybody in the community who has a comment, an objection, or something, I urge them to get in touch with the board, and then we can have it on the agenda as an action item, which of course would allow 4 speakers to come and talk to it. But absent that, I would be putting on the consent agenda. Okay,
Excellent.
thank you. Do you want to move on?
Next item, please. So next we have revisions to and renumbering of a particular policy. This policy is D-10.3, school board approval required on construction and non-construction contracts. We are recommending that this policy be renumbered and renamed. It is currently policy M-13, purchasing construction contracts. When the renumbering process happened at the start of this fiscal year, this policy was actually a policy under the financial management area. It was numbered in sequence with the purchasing policy that you just saw. When it was renumbered, it was moved into a separate section because there really wasn't a corresponding VSBA policy for it in the fiscal management area. But we are recommending that this go back and be co-located with the other purchasing policy. So we are recommending renaming it, renumbering it from M-13 to D-10.3. We are also recommending that it be renamed because the Code of Virginia requires that the school board approve any changes to fixed price contracts in advance. And it's not just for construction contracts, it's for both construction and non-construction contracts. So that is why we have recommended that the name be changed, as you saw it, to school board approval required on construction and non-construction contracts. Within the body of the policy, we have revised it so that it includes a couple of new things. School board approval is required of an individual change order greater than $100,000 on a capital-related construction project. This language is actually currently in the PIP. We believe it belongs better in policy. We also are adding construction manager advisor services, as they are also subject to school board approval, and they are currently not there, and we use them on most of our capital projects now. Again, we updated the references section, made minor wording and punctuation changes, and then we've made a number of changes to the policy implementation procedures to reflect these changes, to reduce duplication of information, and move those PIPs as well. Any questions?
Okay, are there speakers on this item? No speakers. Board members, comments or questions? Tanya?
The purchasing resolution, which I think is referenced in both policies, correct? Is that something that can be found online? I know they could access it on board docs for our July organizational meeting, but is it a place where people who are reading the policy can access it online to the public?
Yes, actually, that's a great question. One of the recommendations for the changes in the PIPs is that the PIP that is related to policy D-10.1, which is the purchasing policy, be changed to reflect the purchasing resolution table of contents.
I saw that. I thought that was excellent.
And then there will be a direct link from that table of contents to the purchasing resolution in the area that they want to look at in that purchasing resolution. So it will be a part of the policy implementation procedure related to the policy D-10.1.
Great. And so the only feedback I would give is if you want to consider adding that in the reference section of policy 10.1, of the actual policy, because we just have the Code Virginias, but for people to know that there's an actual document.
Yes.
Like we mention it, you define it, but then there's no, in the policy, the PIP had it all, but in the policy, there was no reference point to that.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to clarify, for this particular policy, the amount that we talk about, 100,000 and then 50,000, 25%, it took me a second to realize it's talking about two different things. So if we have and I just want to clarify that I'm understanding it correctly. If we have a contract and we've decided on a contract and it's X amount of dollars, if we go over that contract price, our budget price of 25% or 50,000, it requires school board approval. But then our own internal policy, which we're putting in policy, is for anything that is over $100,000, regardless of whether it's above a contract price. It could be within
any change order, correct.
Correct. But that was different, right? So the law requires, I just want to clarify, it's two different things, which is why it's two different things noted in the policy. Is that correct? It's two different, one kind of overlaps the other, but it's,
yes.
One is Virginia code, one is
Yes.
our internal policy, one is based on, we have a contract, we've decided on this price, and now it's going to, the actual contract's going to change.
Right, so excuse me, trying to get my words out. The Code of Virginia requires that the school board approve a change in a fixed price contract, correct? That is 25% or $50,000, whichever is greater. That change could be made up of a variety of different change orders. So it's just the change in the overall contract that they're talking about here. The other thing that we have here is also, in addition to that, another safeguard, if you will, that if we have change orders, whether or not that constitutes 25% of the contract, we have to bring you that individual change order. And that could be for, a very small portion of the contract or a large portion of the contract, but we have to bring that to you.
Okay, great. I just want to clarify that, because at first I thought they contradicted, and then I realized it was talking sort of two different planes. Okay, thank you.
Board members, other comments or questions? No, I have a question. So here on the summary of changes slide, if the change order is, well, whether it's greater or less than $100,000, and it impacts the already approved ceiling on that contract, how is that taken into account?
That goes back to the fixed price contract increase. You've seen recently examples of changes that you've been brought that changed, where change orders that needed to be approved that didn't change the total amount of the contract. And you've also seen recently where we brought you changes that did change the total amount of the contract. So we are bringing you everything that falls both within and without of the contract so that you can approve those changes.
Okay, but the changes that are under $100,000, let's say there's a series of changes and they're $90,000 or $75,000, one after the other, that do not need board approval, yet at some point they bust the, what's the term? The total.
Right.
The total approved budget.
Right, and that is going to happen because every construction contract has hundreds of change orders. What we will bring to you is change orders over $100,000 or change orders that require a change in the way the project is being funded.
So even if it's a piddling amount, if it's going to change the approved budget, then we will see it.
Yes.
Even if it's
Yes, absolutely.
something under $100,000.
Right. If we do a bunch of change orders
Okay.
and everything's fine,
Yeah.
and then we get the 176th change order and it's $5,000, but it exceeds the threshold of our budget,
Right.
that's going to come to you.
Okay, that's what
Yes.
I wanted to know, that the accretion of these
Yes.
smaller change orders won't kind of sneak up on us and, all of a sudden
No.
we turn around and find out that the budget's greater.
Correct.
Or that we've busted the budget. Okay, Barbara?
I was going to try to zero in on what my colleagues are asking. And based on what you just said, and yeah, I know, and then you clarified it, so maybe I don't need to ask this, except I feel I do, because all of your language, at least in the PowerPoint, and I don't think I brought a copy of this one with me, doesn't specifically refer to that approved budget. It's all about contracts. So is there a line in the actual policy that says what Mr. Goldstein just said, which is if a change causes us to exceed our approved budget, then it has to come to us?
We wouldn't be able to exceed the approved budget without changing the funding related to it, so that would have to come to you.
But the language that you're showing us, and again, I didn't bring a printout, I'm not sure. I know Tanya's always good at bringing it up, in real time. The language is about contracts, which is different than our approved budget. Maybe it's something that we could clarify as a follow-up. I think that you do always bring it
We
to
do.
us if
We
if
absolutely
the budget
do.
changes. What I'm saying is
That
is
language
is
has
the
never
language
been in the policy, so I don't know.
There is a language that would lend itself to that, and I guess my colleagues and I would have to discuss if we want it stronger. But the last line of the policy is, additionally, the school board will approve all individual change orders having significant impact on the approved budget. And so our board believes anything above the approved budget is significant, so we would
Yeah.
expect it, but we
She almost want that to be the top line.
Well, it's a small policy with 3 paragraphs.
Yeah.
So the first paragraph discusses It's, I don't know if it needs to be the top line, you could look at it, but it does cover that
It is there,
piece. It
okay.
is there, it's, and then we would have to discuss amongst us if we want it to be stronger language, but I'm assuming that anything that goes over approved budget, when we have to approve it, is an impact, so you're gonna bring it forward, and that's what that
Right,
line
because
says.
we'd have to find the funding somewhere.
Exactly. Exactly, so that's what that line says, so.
Yeah, it's possible it could be even more clear in that, what you said.
That's my
So
point.
we-
We'll
you
take a
might-
look
you
at it
might
and
wanna-
see if we can
I think,
do something with
I
that.
think, without hearing every board member weigh in, it's probably the case that everyone wants to vote on, if we're exceeding our approved budget, we want that to come to us. So maybe if it's really clear in its rewording before we go to action.
That's your,
Did you want
see
to, did you
that?
not, did you need to see it?
okay, because, maybe it'd be useful if all 5 of us said the same thing and got the same answer. Okay, any more
We'll
questions?
look at putting some clarity around that.
Yeah, no, I think,
policy.
yeah, to wordsmith, I think, yeah, having a significant impact is different than simply saying if it exceeds the
Absolutely.
approved budget, yeah. So
If
just
I
a
may
wordsmith.
add, I think part of the issue is that the budget for a construction project has many contracts within it. So it has the construction contract, then it has architecture, engineering contracts. So any one of those can have change orders applied to them.
Yes.
And as Ms. Peterson said, generally, we've brought them to you and they're within the funding approved because we have contingencies and so on. But we cannot exceed the overall budget that you've approved without bringing it for your approval.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I got that. Thanks.
Again, we will look at providing some clarity of language in the policy around that.
Thank you. Thank you. And moving on to extended day licensing?
Yes.
Oh, and
next
let me
one, please.
again say that I would be inclined to see this on consent. If there are some changes that you are making, of course, we would want to see that before we took action on it on February 21st, which of course would preclude putting it on consent. But, normally if there aren't community comments or board member objections, I would look for it on consent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm moving on to request to change extended day licensing. And I'd like to thank Dr. Bobby Kaplow for being here with me this evening. So for over 20 years, we've had an extended day program here in APS, and it had operated under the auspices of the Virginia Department of Education. As part of that, the extended day program self-monitored its programs, as it was allowed to do, to ensure its compliance with the child care standards established by the Virginia Department of Social Services, or DSS. In July of 2016, the General Assembly decided that they wanted to require school districts to license their child care programs under DSS. And then, in April of 2018, they re-amended the Code of Virginia and said, well, there's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of conflict. We want to say that we're going to do something different. And what they decided to do was give the school districts, the choice to opt out of DSS licensing. But if you choose to opt out of licensing, you have to establish program standards and self-monitoring procedures. And that just basically goes back to the way it was operated before. We had standards, we self-monitored, and we went on and did our thing. So we are coming to you because we are recommending that APS opt out of DSS licensing. This does not mean that we will not meet the standards that we have met in the past. It means that we will continue to meet or exceed the DSS licensing standards as we have in the past, except where those standards conflict with APS regulations or policies or any other laws applicable to schools. We will provide inspection and oversight by APS staff, as we have in the past, using regular and ongoing site visits, peer observations, the new out-of-school time council's quality assessment tool, monthly supervisor cohort meetings, and oversight from the director and the assistant director, Ben Harris. As I said, there was some contradiction and some confusion between the DSS licensing standards and APS policies and procedures, and some examples include the fact that DSS did not allow electronic versions of some employee records, which meant that HR had to go and create a whole new process for how to keep those records for almost 500 extended day employees. Management of various cleaning products, there's some confusion, some contradiction there. Storage and management of children's medication, DSS says it should be one way, school standards say it should be another. And use of antibacterial soap, very interestingly, childcare, the DSS standards say, no, you can't have any antibacterial soap, and of course in our school standards, we say, yes, we need to have antibacterial soap in schools for our students. So those are some of the kinds of things that have been caused confusion and contradiction. Opting out of the DSS licensing also allows us to avoid costly and inconvenient duplication of processes. The largest of which is that under APS, we require an extensive background check of prospective employees. DSS also requires an extensive background check of prospective employees. In fact, the same exact process. But they won't accept APS's background check. We have to do the background check for APS, and then we have to send those prospective employees to a DSS site to have them actually redo the background check for these employees. As you might imagine, this duplication is costly because we have to pay for it. It's inconvenient because our employees have to come here, our prospective employees have to come here, but then they have to go to another different site. And it's time consuming because we have to do it again, it has to be repeated, and these employees are taking a lot of time out of their days to do that. So as a result, it creates an employment obstacle for our prospective employees or applicants. I think that's it. I'm happy to entertain any questions, as is Mr. Kaplow.
Thank you very much. Are there speakers, Claudia? No. Okay, board members, questions? Monique?
What might this mean for the students who participate in extended day every day?
Absolutely nothing.
They can wash their hands easier. They can use the bacterial soap. It won't make any difference. The other thing to keep in mind is the DSS standards are minimum standards, licensing standards. They actually used to be called DSS childcare minimum standards. A couple years ago, they took out the word minimum. We operate at a much higher standard. We will continue to meet their standards, but we've never just met their standards. We've always well exceeded their standards. So we've always used the DSS standards as sort of a structure, a format. The different categories help us focus on how we're going to do things, but we've never simply met their standards. We've always exceeded them. It's not going to, well, put it this way, we did it for years and years, decades, up until 2 years ago, and we've done it for the 2 years officially being licensed, and it's meant no difference.
It'll be transparent to students.
Okay, thank you.
And families.
Other comments? Nancy?
On one of the slides, it says that the staff recommends that APS extended day program opt out of the Department of Social Services licensing, and then the next bullet says that you'll meet or exceed the Department of Social Services licensing. So how will you know that you've met or exceeded if you're not part of their program of licensing?
They have their standards, they publish those, and we will do everything that we've done in the past to self-monitor, which includes things like going to the sites, looking around, using checklists, using the quality assessment tool from the Out-of-School Time Council.
And I'm sorry, but I didn't read the PIP. Is that stated in the PIP?
The current PIP obviously was written before this now has happened, but we've always said, before when we were not licensed, I don't remember whether it was the PIP or the policy says, we will meet or exceed the DSS licensing standards. So yeah, it is stated somewhere in there.
Okay, so from a perspective of oversight for the board and finding monitoring tools, you don't state that you're going to do that in here. You don't state that you say inspection or safety will be provided by APS staff as it was, regular and ongoing site visits, peer observations, Arlington at a time, monthly supervisor cohort meetings, director and assistant oversight. My preference would be, if you are going to meet or exceed those standards, that one of your inspection and oversights and then reporting out is that you have met or exceeded annually the DSS licensing standards.
Yes, these are the tools that we will be using to see whether or not we've met or exceeded those standards. The site visits, the peer observations, those are the tools that we will use to measure against the standards whether or not we've done that.
So I guess what I'm looking for is our monitoring mechanism. And what I'd like to know is that annually we will be told that your program has met or exceeded the minimal DSS licensing requirements. Right. Not that you're being licensed by them, but you've met those or exceeded them. And I'd like that to be stated in the policy. We need a mechanism to monitor and provide oversight. I don't care if it's that or something, but that seems to me you're saying is the lowest bar, and it's the one you're really comfortable, you know you can knock out of the park, then give us that one, whatever your standards are.
Right.
I'm talking about in the written policy. I've got the bullets, but in the written policy.
That would require a policy change, and we'd have to look at what the policy says. But in order to opt out of licensing, just requires a board vote.
But then it's going to be inconsistent with our policy.
It won't be inconsistent with the policy because the policy doesn't say that we will be licensed by DSS.
I think the policy currently says we will meet or exceed DSS licensing. It hasn't been changed since the 2 years ago when licensing went into effect. It's always said that. The only difference has been that since 2 years ago, we did go out and get licensed. But the policy's always said we will meet or exceed DSS licensing.
So my concern is that once you don't have an automatic regular check-in and papers that you have to hand to somebody that says that you're licensed, and I know that you can meet the standards and I'm sure you well achieve them, I don't want us to just not bother anymore, right, because we just don't have to. So I'm looking for a mechanism that you actually commit yourselves to annually do and check and then report to the board in writing or something. I would like a monitoring mechanism. Sure. So maybe that's already available in the policy. I'll have to take a look at it. But right now you're saying that you're not going to do the licensing, so I want to know what my assurance as a board member that you are meeting some standard and reporting on that. So.
Yeah, really, my question was going to get to the end point of what she was just asking, which is, you know, for our schools, for example, we report to the state with, you know, our test scores and things like that. So, like, by opting out of this, where does your report go? Who sees your report, or is a report written?
I understand the concern. I just want to remind everyone that up until 2 years ago, we weren't licensed by DSS, and we didn't have that in place.
So I think the question becomes, so does it stop at Mr. Capello's desk? We're just asking, you know, because you're clearly saying we do stuff and we monitor this. So, like, who, if it goes to Mr. Capello, we just want to know who looks at these results, who gets the report.
Self-monitoring. That's the language in the law.
Okay,
it would be a self-monitored program.
And who does that go to?
Well, it goes to me.
Okay.
We could easily report back to you that we've hit all the check boxes and that kind of thing, however we want to do it.
Right.
Okay, and so these programs house our children.
Of course.
And the parents presume that we're running the program and this board is responsible to that. I appreciate that you're self-monitoring. I appreciate that it wasn't done before. But as you know, there's heightened awareness about the operation of such programs in our metropolitan area. So my preference would be that somehow we have an annual way to hear from you that you have self-monitored and you found everything's hunky-dory. Okay, I just think that has to be built in. It's a way to keep all of us accountable to the kids that we're serving.
Understood.
And in our policy, it does state, last line is the extended day program will provide a report of its activities annually to the school board. So maybe we can modify, say, its activities and its accountability measures or something.
Sure.
So it's in there, if you can add that.
I guess the simple way to kind of highlight that is we either do a monitoring report that Mr. Caplow brings, or we provide a brief. So we should probably state specifically in the monitoring report or the brief, however it times out, that was accomplished, and I think that will satisfy it. It's in the policy, so that's really just what we're looking for.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Lento.
Okay,
Excuse
done?
me. Great.
Are we done? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
So this is coming back to us on February 21st.
Yes, it is.
And
It will not be consent.
did I hear that you're going to have a bit of a change in this?
So for this one, what we need in order to opt out of the licensing is a motion from the board saying that we're going to opt out of licensing, and we're going to have self-monitoring, and we're going to have our standards in place, which are the DSS standards. In order to make changes to the policy is a different process, and we really need the board's approval on this in a more timely manner. So we will get rolling on the policy change, but that policy change won't be in place by, obviously, February 21st, unless we don't need the policy change. If the monitoring item is fine.
I'm
That's
not
what
sure we
just got
need,
done, yeah.
I'm not sure we need the policy
Great.
change.
Perfect.
What we may, though, want to state is that it will be reported either in the brief or the monitoring item on an
Okay.
annual
I can
basis.
certainly make that change to the PowerPoint and say that.
So is there something that would change prior to February 21st such that we need to schedule this as an action item on the agenda?
Only the language in the PowerPoint saying that we would have an annual monitoring of this item.
Okay. All right, we'll deal with that as we develop the agenda for February 21st.
I guess I would see no reason, if the board, agrees, that we can't put this on consent.
Realizing today that there will be a wording change.
Yep. And that will be reported and recorded and part of the consent.
So we'll post the PowerPoint on the consent agenda?
Yeah, updated PowerPoint with that phraseology.
Okay, I'm sure we can accomplish that.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to the fourth item, transfer of funds from capital reserve for fleet elementary school joint funding items.
Yes. Yes, I'm here tonight to ask you to move funds from the Fleet Elementary School project from the capital reserve. As part of the Fleet Elementary School project, the school board approved joint use funding of $8,950,000. You see a table there from when the school board approved the budget on May 17th of last year. And you'll see that APS funding, the county school board joint fund, there was APS funding there of $8,950,000. We are now requesting those funds because we need them to meet our current cash flow requirements, and they have to be transferred from the capital reserve in order to provide the funding. And of course, the transfer is within the project funding approved by the school board, as shown on the previous slide. So our recommendation is the transfer of $8,950,000 from the capital reserve to the Fleet Elementary School project.
Okay, thank you.
Bless you.
Are there speakers? No? Board members? Comments? No? I'll just ask. This does not change the total
No, sir.
approved budget for this project.
This was the approved budget for the project, a total of $59,250,445 as of May 17th, 2018, the column on the right. And this $8,950,000 was part of that total project budget.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And accordingly, I would probably look for this on consent also on February 21st.
February 21st.
It's coming back to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we're on the fifth item, and that is a change order to the construction contract for Fleet Elementary School. Murphy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I'm going to turn to Mr. Jeff Chambers for this particular item.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Murphy and board members. Yep.
I think we're in the last PowerPoint.
You can go to
booth.
that one
If
if
you
you
could bring up number 5.
No. That's not it.
The title is Change Order to Construction Contract Sum for Fleet Elementary.
Yeah, it should be G5.
There you go.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. Change order is required to increase the fleet, increase the Fleet Elementary School construction contract sum due to schedule recovery efforts. Change order is funded through project contingency with current funding approved by the school board, so no increase in funding is required for this at this time. And the school board approval is required because it is an individual change order that does exceed the $100,000. The project did experience delays due to unsuitable soils found during the excavation, and it took longer to build the garage than was anticipated. So a change order is needed for selective acceleration of some activities, as well as the extension of the construction period for the general conditions for the contractor to be on site longer. The proposed change does not increase the funding approved or affected or affect the September 2019 opening. The total cost of this change is $225,400. The change would be funded through the project's contingency. We're looking at $175,400 from the owner contingency within the owner's costs, and we're looking at $50,000 from the CMR contingency within the approved construction contract, so within the construction dollars itself. The following the budget review, including the previously approved forecasted changes, approximately $925,000 in project contingencies would remain if the changes are approved. So just under $1 million is remaining in contingencies. With the information currently available, the staff do believe that the remaining contingency is sufficient to complete the project. So looking at the Exhibit A, the project budget, as you notice in the approved budget and what is proposed, there is no change in the original construction sum. You will see that the subtotal of the GMP construction cost does increase by the $175,400. But the bottom line is the total project cost does not change of the $59,250,445 is the same in both the approved budget and the proposed budget. We are recommending that the board approve the revised project budget as proposed in Exhibit A and approve an increase to the fleet's project construction contract sum with an individual change order of $175,400. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Are there speakers? No speakers? Board members? Monique?
Mr. Chambers and Mr. Chadwick, I just want to thank you for the way that you explained that on our sheet. that no change in total funding already approved by the school board for this project. So I want to thank you for coming up with some very easily to understand language about what we're doing here tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was so easy to understand, I didn't even need to ask. Is this affecting the approved budget? And I know the answer is no. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Other comments, board members? No? Okay, so anticipating no change to this, I would probably see it on the consent agenda on February 21st. Right? Okay, thank you. Sixth item is the Education Center reuse schematic design. Dr. Murphy?
I believe we're coming back to Mr. Chambers for this.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy and board members. This is a little longer than most of what we typically present to you, so we're going to go through it. And I want to share, I'm excited to share this with the board. It's been a lot of work to get to where we've gotten to. Ms. Van Doorn has been involved in the process on the BLPC or with the BLPC PFRC process that we've gone through. I think it's a very wonderful result for the building that's there, and I think even the historic response in the county was happy with where the direction that we were going with the project, which was a concern up front, and as we got through the process, and I think it worked out really well. What I'm going to go over is the overview of the project, site design, building design, and some of the overview is what we did at all the BLPC PFRC meetings so that you're informed as the community has been informed. Building design, where we are at this point, project funding and total project cost estimate, and then our recommendations that we're going to make. As you all know, the building does exist. It is there. So it's not a typical project where we're building something from the ground up or making major changes to a site. The site is pretty much what is there. The parameters that we've been given and worked with through the BLPC PFRC process with is the project was included in the 1928 Capital Improvement Plan, the CIP. We were to renovate the educational center to both increase the capacity of Washington Lee High School initially and later adapt to possible future uses, educational uses that may be required and grade level changes. To support the APS plan goals, specifically for the healthy, safe, and supported students. To address by providing 500 to 600 high school seats open by the fall of 2021. And to spend a maximum project cost of $37 million, using every effort to spend less. Project information is on the website. You can find it through our website on the reuse if you want to find all of the information from the BLPC PFRC process. Project timeline, we're about in the middle at the end of the blue arrow where we're here for information and looking for school board approval in February. We did add something to the schedule that some may not have seen, but we are going to do some interior demolition early. One of the things that we found is we don't have structural documents of the existing building, so we're going to take the finishes out and we're going to do a scan of the building, which is as part of the process with our contractor or with our CMR, and be able to create a structural drawing that we can utilize for the design so that we can avoid change orders down the road when we do find things that we didn't expect in the structure. So we feel that that's a very wise choice to use the CMR process to be able to do that. And as you can see, we're looking at an early 2019 use permit application and going to the county this spring, and then getting into the building permit application, the construction permits, in the spring of 2019 as well. And again, working with the school opening by 2021, the fall of 2021. One thing that we did in the process, which we were pretty excited about doing, is we aligned the APS strategic plan design principles, the new principles, with the design principles of the project or the building. You all know the APS strategic plan goals. But as far as the design principles, you can see the graphic that is showing you is how they relate to the design principles and which of the design principles they relate to, looking at safety and security, short-term agility, long-term adaptability, high-performance learning environments, universal design, adherence to budget, and sustainability. So those are all the things the design team is to be focusing on, and how that aligns with our design principles. Any of you that are not familiar with the site, I think after all of you doing meetings there, you exactly know where we're talking about. But the Education Center is on the site with the Washington Lee campus, WNL High School, and the planetarium is in front of the building, and across Quincy is the Buck site. So just as a little bit of an orientation. The site design base scope and what we talked about with the BLPC PFRC process, one of the things that we found through the process is we do not need all of the parking spaces that are currently there. And we wanted to look at some options, and we were looking at possibly creating or painting a multi-surface or multi-use court on some of the parking lot space. We've developed an alternative that gets a little more involved. I could do that in the next slide. But we're looking at about 76 spaces to be used. We're looking at doing some possible covered bicycle parking in the garage itself rather than building a separate structure. We would have new bicycle parking on site adjacent or near the front door. And then we would have some new bus drop-off area and a new drop-off area or a drop-off area for parents on the Quincy Street side of the campus. And we would improve the ground connection because this is an extension of WNL High School. We did improve, or would, as part of this process, improve the connection from WNL to this building and looking at safety and security, and how we do that. And you're going to could have significant students moving between periods depending on how the programs or what programs are set up within this building or how WNL decides to use the building. One of the alternates that we looked at, and I'll talk about this in our budget slide, but the site design, the alternate scope was to actually develop a sports field and some infiltration area and more of a park-like setting behind the building. And I just wanted to emphasize this was not part of our the funding or the scope that we were looking at when we developed the pricing for the CIP. So it's something above what we were looking at, but we wanted to explore this as part of the design process that we were doing. One of the main thing that we're doing is for the students and creating high-performance learning facilities. Performance spaces are to perform at the highest levels, and that includes thermal comfort, indoor air quality, acoustics, daylight and views, transparency, technology, community use, and active schools. We want the kids to be up and moving. We want them to use stairs, not elevators. Daylighting and views boost learning capacity, so we want to take advantage of that. One thing that we had to deal with in this site is we had existing windows that we have to work with, and we had a lot of discussion on that. And to realize the high-performance daylight and views, we need clear glass, but we also have to control glare. And we have screens and devices, so we have to make sure that that works well. So we've looked at those issues. We developed the educational specifications that we shared with you before, and this is the plans that we're currently looking at. The teal color is the classrooms, and the lighter teal is collaboration spaces. We have commons and support mainly on level 1, which was the boardroom level of that building, but on the opposite end of the building. And then the upper levels are mostly classroom spaces with instructional support, and building support is the gray areas throughout the drawings. So we've really developed where we are going with the project. The elevations was we've had a lot of discussion with the elevations, again, as the building is there. We have to we really needed to replace the windows, as you noted or probably know. A lot of those windows have been painted black to try to keep the sun out, but all that did was made it worse because it made it a huge heater with radiating heat. But we still had to respect the historic character of the building. We want to make sure that one thing we do in all of our educational spaces is provide operable windows. We had to find a way to do that met with the image of the building as it currently was. Ground level windows are very small slits. We wanted to enlarge those for daylighting as well as views for the students that would be on those lower levels. All of this worked through the BLPC PFRC process, and I think we had a lot of good input, and everybody seems pretty happy with the result that we're currently looking for, with an expanded window on the lower level. And we have operable windows, and if you don't really know, it looks almost like it always did if you just look at it. Because of the building, as you guys have seen in all of our buildings we do now, is none of the four sides of our buildings look the same, because we deal with the solar radiation and daylighting because of the way the sun moves. We deal with every side of the building in a different way. This building was built with windows pretty much the same the whole way around. What you're looking at here is the red and pink are the most intense for the sun, and then where it's blue is basically nothing. So we have to deal with that with regard to the light and the glare and whatnot, and we're using what's called a frit pattern, which is a pattern of ceramic dots, essentially, on the glass. And we went through a lot of conversations on that, and it will basically, the biggest thing is avoid the overuse of shades. And you go by the building now and you see shades in all different variations. The worst thing to do is provide the daylighting for students, and then they close the blinds and they don't have the benefit of the daylighting. So we're trying to work with that and work with that in the building. This is what it would look like. So we'll go through and give you a view of the building. You can see transparently through the building from the way the rendering looks. There's some spandrel panels, and the small double line of the aluminum framing is not there now. That's where the operable window would be, is in that space. And then on the rear side, you can see this is looking from WL, and this is the expanded walkway. So if you know now, there's some steps and narrow sidewalks. The most prominent is the ramp. So we would envision most of the students to be just going down the ramp. You can go to the left and go down some steps. You can go to the right and walk along the sidewalk that follows the contour of the parking lot. But we've made it as accessible as we can with what we have, because we do have a hill. This is looking at it from the other direction. So you've got the railing and the fence, and the door to the right doesn't exist there now. That would be the main entrance. I'm sorry, the door on the left around the corner. The door on the right was the current entrance that you would go into to go to the boardroom. So we're trying to mimic that because of the historic nature of the building, and try to respect it. The terrace would be redone and rebuilt. We're looking at greening it up. Because it's an existing structure, it's not as easy to do a typical green roof that you would do, so we're looking at some planter boxes as well as some sedum beds as part of the greening it up, and then making conversation spaces or workspaces or learning spaces that could be created on the terrace, so that the terrace gets used more than it has been when it was the administrative building. Looking at it from the side where you would have gone in from the parking lot, you can see the wider windows. The railing is respected, and the big unit on the roof is removed that currently was up there. If you're driving down Quincy, you can see that big unit that sits on the roof. During the process, because this became part of WL, we were looking at, what would it take to make a connection without having the students to have to go outside? Should there be a security issue, or somewhere down the road you would decide, a board would decide they needed to make the connection? Could it be done? Yes, it can. The community was not a big fan of the connection to the old Ed Center building. But we did look at that, and we looked at it as an alternate, and we'll talk more about that at the pricing section as well. We've also worked with security, and we have a way to make it work without the bridge and how that would work, and making the connection for the students between the changing of periods, and now they would do that. Because of large numbers of students, you don't want them all to have to go through the office or create a W&L office at this end of the building. So we have a way to work with that, and we're working with our security staff at APS. Project funding, essentially we're looking at major construction bonds for $36.25 million and .75 other operating. If you recall, we cannot fund furniture out of the bond money, so that would be out of operating costs. And we just have it circled on the CIP chart where the project was identified. Schematic design phase cost estimates. Again, we want to make sure and assure that we are getting the best numbers possible at this phase of the design based on updated information. We basically had two estimates done. One by the A&E had a professional estimator. Our design team had a professional estimator do one, and the construction manager at risk, who will be building the project, did the other. So they were both independent estimates, and then we got together to reconcile to make sure everybody was looking at the same scope. And after that, we clarified things and modified, and we reconciled the efforts as we got together so that we came up with apples to apples as far as everybody's pricing. The estimates are influenced by historic as well as market condition databases that the estimators utilize, and also input from current market activity in the DC DC region, which does remain above the average that it typically is. What we are looking at, the chart on the left, base scope, estimated cost in millions. We are looking, the A&E's estimate has a construction cost of $28.13 million. The CMR is looking at 27.59. Both have the same soft costs of 8.8, giving us 36.93 million for the A&E and 36.39 for the CMR. And actually, this is the first time that I recall that the contractor's price is lower than the professional estimator's price. It's usually the other way around. We are recommending to continue to pursue one of the things to get to the number. We didn't replace the windows on the 4th floor currently. They had been upgraded with the renovation to that upper floor, though they aren't the most energy efficient windows that we would put in today, and operable. They're more difficult to operate than they should be. So we're going to keep that in to continue to pursue as we revise the design and get into new estimates. Can we replace those windows? They're not as critical as the main big windows in the building. We're also recommending not to pursue the enhanced site improvement. If you look at that, putting that field in or that court, it's $620,000 actually came in from both of the estimators. So it's almost $750,000 to do the court. And it's above our budget. And the bridge connection, depending on which of the options you would look at, is between $1.64 million to almost $5 million from the one estimate, and almost $3 to $6 million from the other estimate, depending on the length of the canopy. The other thing that the BLPC PFRC asked us to look at is some kind of a canopy, and we looked at a wider canopy that would make connections, and it would have to step up and down because of the crossings. But again, you're looking at over $1 million to put a canopy to connect between the buildings, so we don't recommend to pursue that. We did have scope changes between the CIP number and the schematic design estimate, when we did the CIP, we basically had a study done of the building. We looked at the building itself and essentially the plazas. We didn't look at improving the sidewalks and the walkways because at that time We didn't know if that it would be a program for W&L. We thought it could be an independent program. So we were just looking within the space. So I don't think we were that far off with what we were thinking. But when you look at the estimate and some of the changes, we were looking at the temporary facilities and associated utilities to support ongoing transportation services. We didn't know buses were going to be at the building when we did the CIP. So we essentially have to provide office space for the buses, and the buses will be there during the construction period. So we have to work around those. More extensive site modifications for parent vehicles, bus operations connection, and that big sidewalk, that connection and the ramp and those changes we weren't anticipating doing early on. We are looking at relocating the elevator and replacement of one existing stair with a new stair. We're going to reuse one to save money, but the stairs have changed, and the fact that we're going to have a lot of students changing classes between periods, we had to improve at least one of the stairs, so the one closest to W&L will be a larger stair. And the elevator did not meet current codes for what needs to be in an educational facility. So we would have had to enlarge the elevator shaft. So we decided to move it off of the front of the building and be able to utilize that space and have the windows and put the elevator on the inside core, which actually it works very well for what we were looking at doing. Enlargement of the windows on the ground floor. We hadn't thought about doing that when we did the CIP. Again, it's a concrete building. You're going to have to saw cut those openings to make that change, which adds some cost to the project. And then the multi-use court on a portion of the existing parking lot. We just, at that time, thought it was just going to be parking lot. So we didn't realize that we didn't need all of the spaces until the study was done. Cost control and design development. As we move into design development, we're going to look at additional opportunities to manage costs. We're going to pursue or continue to pursue, in some cases, cost-saving measures, including right-sizing the architectural elements, working with the engineers on the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing system to not have the high end necessarily, but have what we need. Engage the subcontractor community for design options that reduce costs, develop a series of design alternates so that we can bring the alternates to the board when we actually are approving the project. So some of these things you may say yay or nay, to the adds or deduct alternates. And developing and looking at some different alternate materials as we move forward, I think is the other thing. And we have reviewed to some degree the value engineering items from other projects, but we're going to continue to review some of the things that we've done on other projects to make sure it aligns with the savings we did on those other projects. Utilizing a different architect, sometimes they have different ideas, but we want to try to make sure we aren't reinventing the wheel as we get into materials and systems. Our recommendation is to approve the proposed schematic design as generally described in Exhibits A through D, and to approve the proposed project funding and staff recommendations on alternates as described in Exhibits E and F. Direct the staff to proceed to the design development phase, including preparation of the use permit application. And direct staff to begin discussions with Arlington County on identifying APS, Arlington County government joint funded items that may be in this project, and to charge the staff to continue to pursue cost savings, using every effort to complete the project for less than the maximum funding available. Our next steps, where we currently are, is we have a meeting scheduled with the Friends of the Planetarium to review the timing of construction. We also have the February 21st meeting for the action on the schematic design, and we also will be bringing the board information on the interior demolition contract award. And then in March, we'll be hoping to act on the interior demolition contract award. March to May would be the estimated duration for the demolition portion, and spring of 2019 would be the submission of the use permit application. So that's what we have in the presentation.
Thank you very much for a very thorough presentation. And I believe we do have speakers, right?
Yes, there's one speaker, Mr. Paul Holland.
And Mr. Holland was or is the chair of the BLPC, and the chair of the PFRC, James Schroll, is not able to be here tonight, but my understanding is that you have comments from him that you're going to...
I do. I'll summarize kind of briefly. I mean, we pretty much came to the same conclusion on the key points, both the PFRC and the BLPC. So.
Okay, as the advisory group leader, you're not limited to a 2-minute.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I believe you all have copies of the letter. Mostly what I'll speak to is the conclusion section from my letter. So we met over the course of 5 meetings, starting in September, concluding in January. And I think the general sense of the BLPC was they were excited to be part of this project, which really was seen as an adaptive reuse of what was previously an office building into a school facility. So I think that, for me in particular, was a exciting opportunity to be part of, and appreciate you all trusting me with the leadership of that process. And so just to go through some of the kind of quick recommendations, for building appearance, we agreed with the staff and the option that they presented in their presentation. With the building layout, we supported the idea of having public facilities, larger spaces on the ground floor so that they could be utilized by the community after hours. And we did, however, prefer the alternative scope with the improved court. Saw that in the budget that's not going to be pursued, but I would encourage, if there is additional funding or possibility with working with the county, to pursue that. With regard to transportation, we supported option 1, which I don't think was really fully fleshed out in the presentation, but option 1 called for, and there was a slight preference really for this, but the idea of having an enhancing the existing bike lane by painting the lane green, improving signage, enforcing safety procedures for safely entering and exiting the pickup and drop-off lane. There were actually a lot of support for kind of a third take on it. I don't think the full BLPC really felt like the transportation options presented were what they were fully hoping for, but understand there'll be some opportunities in the future through further processes to maybe refine that after the school gets up and running. So those were the main conclusions. Let me just see if there's anything. Just want to thank the folks on the BLPC. I think we had a really good dialogue and a lot of commitment, and appreciate the time that they put into it. And for the PFRC, let me just switch to Mr. Scholl's letter here. Very similar outcomes. They had a strong preference for option A, which was presented by the staff. They too felt with the transportation recommendations that there might be a third option that could be pursued. There was some discussion, and it's in the letter, about the treatment for crossing Quincy Street from Ballston, Virginia Square Civic Association, and right there at 14th Street. So won't go into too many details as it's pretty late, but a lot of what they have recommended is detailed in their letter. With that, I'll conclude, and am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you especially for your service on the BLPC. And our thanks go to all of your BLPC members also. So please pass those along for us. Board members, do you have questions or comments for either of the presenters? Monique?
I have 2 questions.
Sure.
And the first one, I think, can be best displayed on page 15 or so of the PowerPoint. And it was just about the way that the students are going to move from one building to the other. And maybe and so Can you kind of explain that experience for students who might have to go in between the buildings for classes, and what's the maximum number of times kids would have to transition, like let's say in snow or rain or any of those experiences? Do they have to run back to their lockers and get their coats, that kind of thing?
Kids wear coats?
I know, right? That is a parental frustration. That's, I think, why I'm asking.
Sorry. Essentially, what we are looking at, we would have electronic door locks, and at the period break, the doors at WL would unlock, as well as the doors in the current Ed Center. And students would have free movement between the two buildings. There would have to be visibility. There would have to be staff that monitored the transition. So I'm assuming that there would be some staff member near, probably a music staff member at the WL building, and then the office staff would be right here, so they might want to be monitoring who is going in and out to make sure that they're students. And our safety people did not believe that was an issue. So essentially, it would become like an open outdoor corridor that they would be moving between. When the period time changed was over, it would lock, and anybody coming to either building would either have to use the the airphone at Washington Lee, and they would have to go through the office. And what's that? Okay. Well, it's Washington Lee through the end of this year. But when they're there, it would be Washington Liberty. That's why I've been trying to say WL, because but I not always. So essentially, we feel that it will work. There's probably going to have to be monitoring of that. There is a stage set construction area right inside WL's door, which could be a secondary office if it needed to be, with a security officer, or something could be stationed there if it was decided it was needed. The bridge could be built if it was ever decided that that was a critical issue that had to happen for safety or security. So it's not something that you can't do. It can still be done, but we're going to have to monitor it when it opens. But everybody feels that it's going to be no different than students going back and forth to a relocatable.
And so they would use that door that's in the main building there
Yes, you
at
can.
the end, right?
Shadowed. It's a recessed door.
And that door already currently exists.
Correct.
And everything.
It's the one it's the hallway that goes back past the music rooms.
I see. Okay, I was unfamiliar with where that would lead to.
So it intersects with the main corridor, and if you go straight in and go to the right, you go to that main stair that's at the end of the building.
And that's right in front of a road, like a little, that comes around from the side parking, and
Yep.
and that would be managed as well?
Yes, it would have to be managed.
And then I'm noticing that there's the ramp there, and I think there's a ramp there now, but it just made me think a little bit more about universal design and other students coming in, and what's the role that you've been, I guess, how does that play into the building?
Well, I think that you're talking, essentially, we're looking at the middle. Ramp is the widest ramp, and the intent is that that would be universal for everybody could be able to use that. It's not steps, it meets handicapped regulations, et cetera. You have a little bit less of a slope on the sidewalk, but students have to go further and around to get back to the entrance, but you can do that if you want. And then if students who decide they have to walk stairs can get off the ramp and go down some steps, and then they come to the right of where the ramp comes out. So there's multiple paths, but the most emphasized path is universally accessible.
Tanya?
Yeah. My question is similar to Monique's, but you answered it. So I know that things on paper look practical, but when you are putting them in use, I don't think that they are. And so while I appreciate the work that you've been doing to try to manage access to and from the building, because I was a parent at the school and volunteered with the marching band, and I actually, I worked the nut closet for the fruit and nut sale, and that was right. I know it's something. It's where we kept all the nuts. That's what it was called. The peanuts, the Washington Lee Band. They're delicious. So if anyone loves Virginia peanuts, you should order them from Washington Lee Band. But the reason I'm saying that is because on the day that the delivery would come was right at that entrance. And as we were organizing the nut closet, I would witness the transition of students coming back and forth from the relocatables. So I actually have the unique experience of seeing it in action. And it was challenging because I could see kids trying to get to class. Sometimes they weren't monitoring if I was there that moment. Sometimes we were opening the doors to try to let the kids in to get to class. Sometimes there were kids coming in late. Maybe they were working with the teacher. And so now they have a late pass, and now they have to walk through the whole, and they're losing 10 minutes. And the students at the high school level have very intense workload. So that's a concern that I have. Getting staff to monitor it, I wonder if that's going to be an extra cost. Are they going to have additional staff? Because their teachers, we're asking our teachers to be available to students, to be there to work with them in between classes, and then we're going to say, oh, and by the way, can you monitor this hallway? They can't do both, right? So I don't know where my colleagues are, but I would be curious to have a better understanding of what was the original, if we did not have the budget limitation that we do, or I guess I'm trying to understand, is there a better way to do this that doesn't have our kids going outside, that doesn't have our kids locked out if they don't make that electronic lock? Is, what happens when we have field trips? Because that ramp, that whole area is where a lot of the Washington Lee students get picked up for field trips and dropped off for field trips. They get dropped off along that street, and there's buses coming in and out. The Career Center buses, because if you know the school, there's not a lot of places where they have that ability. So I'm just curious, we're early enough in the process to understand that, to get creative. There's no cover either, right? There's no.
Correct. Well, there's a little bit of a recess at WNL, and there's the little bit of cover here. But the problem is a lot of cover doesn't help you anyway, because the rain doesn't generally fall straight down. So most canopies are a waste of a lot of money.
Right, and I
We call it horizontal rain.
Right, but I do think about like snow and ice.
Right.
And, so I just, I don't know if there's any answers now, but I do pose that to us. I think we need to really be in tempo, because sometimes in the process to save money, now you're really investing a long-term operational cost that we may not think about.
Well, I think with one of the things, and we had a lot of conversations on this, I think the principal was very much, he has no problem with this option. When you're talking about monitoring, if you had a bridge, you're going to have to monitor the elevator and the stairs and the bridge itself, and depending what that is going to be. So it's not necessarily different.
Okay.
The difference is you're going outside and then back inside. I think the management, which we talked about, of students making that connection that are coming a couple minutes after the doors lock or unlock, yes, I think that's going to be a management issue. And are we going to have to make some modifications once they start using it? Probably. Maybe we're going to adjust the times. Maybe we're going to have to do a security office at the door who's going to monitor it, and it's going to also help with all of those other issues. That the safety resource officer maybe ends up being there because he's maybe serving both buildings. Yes, there's going to be things we're going to have to look at, but we've already been through all of this with the staff, and they feel comfortable with it. But again, I think the proof is in the pudding once you start using it, and how do you adjust it to make it work just right.
Okay, I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Some questions. Simple one first. I didn't see a name on the building. Is there going to be a name, or is it just going to be,
Design and construction doesn't name buildings.
Yeah. No, I know, but, okay.
That would be your choice. That would be the board.
Whether to put, no, I don't mean a different name. I mean, there's nothing that identifies that building.
We haven't really developed that far into it, but, I think if you want to give us direction on that, we would be happy to take that direction,
So it wasn't discussed at all?
I mean, do you want to call it annex? Do you want to call it, I don't.
Oh, and I really wasn't thinking of a new name. I really was just talking about whether, you know, the letters are on.
W-L?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I want to ask a couple things about the budget and the joint funding. So first, just to clarify, because you mentioned you're going to talk to the county about jointly funded projects. The total budget is 37 million, and does that assume any jointly funded projects now?
We have made no assumptions because we haven't had the conversations. So there may or may not, this isn't our typical project, or the undergrounding has been done, or the streetscapes have been done on this project with when the renovations were done to Washington Lee.
So is your plan to kind of just run this project by them and see if any pieces of it are things that they would contribute to?
Basically, now that we have the estimate, we're going to go through items that they typically have had a conversation of joint funding and see if there's, you know, anything that would be considered by the county board.
Okay, because I guess I'm wondering does that help, like, basically get some funds from them that then
We
gives
don't
us
see
more
a
wiggle room?
significant number, but we're going to put a list together and then, you know, we'll have that conversation.
Okay, and then I want to ask about two things, and I think they're the alternates or the additional pieces. So the first one is the court/field, and did I understand correctly, Mr. Holland, that that was something that the BLPC recommended? You recommended the field?
I mean, I think.
Okay, yeah,
people
well, let's
understood
go to it, because I want to talk about the actual picture. You know all this, because you had all the discussions, I guess. Yeah, great.
Yeah, so.
That's the base design.
So this is, so the first one, the asphalt court, actually, let me ask this in sequence. The asphalt court, the previous one, the non-alternate, is basically an asphalt court, no basketball hoops or anything, just a piece of land.
No, there would be courts and everything. It would just be simply recoating or lining on the existing asphalt. I mean, yes, there'd be patching.
Where the cars are all parked. I mean, where you have spaces, there are cars.
No, we're going to be removing the painted spaces and paint a court on there. We're not going to change the grades of it. It's generally flat, but it does have a slope. So basically, we're not redoing stormwater. We're essentially using the asphalt as it is and not going to change it.
For cost.
For cost
Because you
reasons.
can't afford anything else
It can still be used as
within
a
budget.
court. You can play basketball or use things on it.
And then I misunderstood. That entire piece then is actually, it would be vacant of cars, that whole shape.
Yeah, if you can see the lines that are painted for cars, and then you have the lines that are painted for games.
Well, no, but there's spaces, I'm asking, that entire piece of asphalt, that whatever shape that is, it has spaces for cars.
Right here and up there.
Would
But
there be cars there?
This is just field. This is
Okay.
all game markings.
And there would be cars in those spaces that are next to the field.
There would be cars here, but we could have bollards, or we could have planter boxes, or we could have things separating the cars from the play area.
Because we could afford some planter boxes.
They're not
No.
expensive. Yeah.
Okay, so that's within budget. And it might have basketball hoops or not. I mean, it's
No,
it's otherwise like a
we would put-
four-square
Basketball
field, right?
hoops are not a huge issue. They're set in concrete. We could put basketball court hoops on there.
So there might be some reason to actually attract kids, because I mean, honestly, I don't see kids going down there to play on the asphalt painted field amongst the cars. So that's my thought on that, but it's within budget. So then I wanted to talk about the field, and then, I'm sorry, Mr. Holland, I was asking you, what did you recommend?
Yeah, so so there was clear consensus among the members of the BLPC for this alternative option. I think folks in general, understood the cost considerations that were behind it, but I mean, you look at the increase of the size of 500 to 600 students here, and this is the only. I mean, obviously, the base has the open space in it, but this really presents a nice amenity and an additional increase in open space and recreation space for that increased student population.
Right. I mean, I agree with that, and I'm always happy when we can get more fields in. Would that be any kind of full-size field? I suspect it's not.
Basically, what you're seeing is a full-size basketball court. That's the size it is.
Okay, that could be, and what in this alternate, is it turf or what's?
It would just be, it would be literally regraded so that it would be a crowned court,
Yeah.
you know, rather than whatever slope the asphalt currently has. That's where a lot of the costs are. The
yeah.
other thing that we don't have in here are the soft costs that are going to go with this because of all of the stormwater design and inspections and whatnot that would have to go with this that we don't currently have in the project. So we don't have those soft costs.
So it's more than 600,000.
It would be more than 600. You know, I couldn't tell you what the magnitude.
And it's essentially kind of a mini soccer field.
It's a mini
for
basketball,
sort of,
whatever.
or-
Essentially, the lining that we got was from the county for an
Oh.
outdoor hard court,
Okay.
multi-use.
I understand. That is that's green, but it's like those green surfaces for
Correct.
basketball courts.
Correct.
In other words, this would be a nice basketball court.
Right. And we could
versus-
actually probably, within the budget, put tennis court coating or the asphalt painted coating on the other one, too. It doesn't have to just be white lines on black asphalt.
Yeah. I mean, I would like us to find a way to do this. I would like us to at least try to find a way to put that in. My other question then, well, and then the other question becomes, the other question becomes whether something like that could be something the county would want to jointly fund, which.
It could very well be.
And that would, maybe you could market that even if it's not, I think it's worth asking, because again, it's,
Can ask.
I don't know, I guess it's not really for Parks and Rec, but my other question was really the same thing, and again, I didn't catch who was recommending which pieces of the alternate bike lanes, transportation alternative. Mr. Holland, I think you said, and it's really the same question, that's not in our actual within budget option, is that something that we could pursue with the county?
So for the bike lanes, I think, as I said, there were two options that were presented. One that had the drop-off adjacent to the curb, and then one that had the protected. And I believe the one that had the protected was the one that was preferred, but very slightly. Most folks, at least from the BLPC, felt it was worth at least exploring a third option, and that would probably be a more detailed conversation with the county. Folks from the bike advocacy community felt that Quincy is seen as a very important connector, and parts of Quincy further towards Ballston have protected bike lanes. Some folks in the bike community feel that they have heard that all of Quincy would have protected bike lanes, and so they were coming, I think, from that perspective towards this project, and I think that frankly gained some traction among the BLPC to look at for a third option. I don't, there's going to be under the process, a 6-month and further review, so maybe there's an opportunity to work with the county at that time to see what options are there. The challenge here is that, the width of Quincy Street just doesn't really kind of align with the possibilities that folks, I think, would like to see.
Based on what you're describing, it doesn't sound like it would be an enhancement that actually helps our schools in any way, but it's something that I can, there's just this big making Arlington work for bicyclists, and I don't know if we have a preference really for one or the other, but certainly I think the county even has an allocation, don't they, for bike projects. I would think this would be one that they might want to just pay for, but obviously I don't think it really matters to us.
I think the one thing with regard to that I just wanted to add is what we really wanted to do as part of the project is currently there are metered spaces there that never get used. We have a pool issue on parking. There's not enough spaces for the pool parkers. We were trying to make things better by using the public street as a place for parents to drop off, and the rest of the time it was free parking for use of pool patrons and people going to the school or whatever could utilize the street because they're not getting any revenue off of parking meters that aren't used. So that was part of what we were trying to do, is to leverage that rather than trying to build an off-street pick up and drop off or doing something like that. So we were trying to benefit that and also improve the bike lane. And the traffic consultant recommended doing the minimal initially and monitoring it to see how it worked, and then if changes needed to be made, make recommendations for changes after it was utilized. So I don't know where we're going to go. We're going to go through a lot of conversation as we go into the use permit, you know, and how we get there, because I'm sure there's a lot of comment already to the county from different people with regard to that bike lane, whether it's protected, unprotected, you know, what it becomes. I don't know. I can't answer that question. So we have to keep going through the process and see where we end up with the use permit.
I just wanted to thank Paul Holland and James Schroll, who's not here, and the staff for taking the committee through this. It was a wonderful project. It was a truncated, sort of shorter BLPC and PFRC process. I think it worked out well. People got material. We worked out what materials people had in advance so they could come to the meeting prepared, which was excellent. A couple of the things that stuck out for me in the final meetings and discussion was the discussion about that field, that area in the back. And one question I had, did anyone do a security review on that? Did the police or our safety people feel that that was a safe area, given its location for a student and something to attract students for use? No comment on that. You didn't have any comment on that? So just from a...
It came up as, I mean, that came up as a question from folks, just because it's kind of a lower grade than General's Way.
It's in the back, yeah. So, but we don't have an answer to that. We didn't have anybody look at it or have the police look at it. We might want to do that, just to make sure if we build something that we're comfortable with what happens there. And the people really did prefer the other option. And there's actually a slope to that piece of parking lot, so it's going to be kind of interesting if we just stripe it. But it is what it is, and they weren't charged to do that, and we have a budget, so that's what they came up with. And on the parking, I think there's a lot of discussion about that. I don't think anybody was completely comfortable. It's a start, and the traffic consultant was wonderful, but there was a lot of discussion on different alternatives, including bringing cars in, what's now the new bus drop-off. And the problem is that if they have more buses than can fit on General's Way, they have to have that. So it's yet again another symptom of a urban community having to make the best of what they've been dealt. And the car drop-off, it's going to be interesting because it's going to be along the street. It's not a cutout, and everybody's going to have to behave. And the big thing I took away from this is both on the walk from the school to the Ed Center and then the students going back and forth, there was discussion about putting another stoplight in, a hawk signal. Currently, it's going to be flashing lights. People are going to have to behave differently here. And then going in and out of the school, they're going to have to staff it differently. And there was a whole lot of thinking on the staff's part about how to do this, even how to program the Ed Center to even minimize the back and forth. So there's a whole lot of discussion going on by the staff about how to currently use the building as an annex for WNL, knowing that what we did partly was make something that could change in the future. But there's a lot of internal conversation. In other words, you don't necessarily need to do physical things to make this work. It can be operational. And there was a lot of discussion about that with the traffic consultant and with the staff. And they both felt that through the management of people and habits, the traffic can be managed, and through the management of people and habits, the student passage back and forth in that area could be managed. That was what both of those groups came back to the PFRC and said, and BLPC. Am I summarizing that pretty well?
That's correct.
Yeah, I listened carefully to the people who are going to have to do this day to day and had that experience. So is that, but I had one question on page 22, and this It's a cost question. So I was unaware that out of these funds was coming money for temporary facilities and associated utilities to support ongoing transportation services operations. So what we did there right now, in terms of putting the buses there and having staff there, we paid for out of the Ed Center renovation project?
We basically, because we're going to do this demolition, we're essentially eliminating all of the power, all of the heating, all of the cooling. We're going to actually save money by getting that big cooling tower out of there, which we lease by the month. That'll go away, but we are actually bringing relocatable trailers on site that we own, they're ours, for them to utilize as their office space, because we have to provide the staff, the bus staff that's there with
Okay,
certain
but
facilities.
we're paying out of the renovation of educational space for temporary facilities for transportation, which was not planned there or part of the how much money is
I'd
that?
have to look at the number. I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
I don't, that has nothing to do with the renovation of this building. You're temporarily using this, to the superintendent, I prefer to ask you. We're temporarily using the site to park buses. We're temporarily housing an office there. The money for that is coming out of this $37 million when we're super tight for that anyway. So if it's, I don't know how much money it is, but is that not money that should have been going, and should not the money for transportation, a temporary transportation facility, have come out of another pot rather than the reuse of the Ed Center when we're looking for a little bit of money here and a little bit of money there to finish the windows or make a nicer play area in the back? I was not aware that was happening.
We'll go back and look at that.
And can we, Mr. Chair, can that come up to you all about how much that was and where that offset is, that the creation of temporary facility and utilities to support the transportation service operations that are currently at the site came out of this renovation project? So how much was that, and should that be moved to something else, and should that money come back into this project for the Ed Center reuse? So I just would like to follow up on that.
Yep, we'll come back
All
with
right, I'm
that when
done.
we bring it back next meeting.
We can take it up in a weekly meeting.
Yeah, thanks.
Monique?
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn, for giving some more insight into the question about the students going back and forth, but I thought I would ask Mr. Holland as well, because I would think that being a former W&L parent, that some of the people on the committee were a little concerned about kids going back and forth, and I was just interested in whether or not this was just kind of a, well, listen, it doesn't fit in the budget, so we're willing to let go of that, as opposed to anything else. So just a little bit more information would just help clarify that for me.
It's interesting. I think people were very comfortable with what staff presented for inside the Ed Center, with having kind of the entrance through an office area that would be monitored by the staff, or by a member of the staff. We didn't really talk, though, about folks coming back into the main Washington Lee building. And sitting here and kind of listening to the presentation, it struck me that we hadn't really thought about what Ms. Talento was mentioning, that area, the band area where folks would be re-entering the school. We didn't look at options for that part of it. It wasn't really within the scope, I don't believe. So that's something that I think to consider, and how the school would respond to that. I think it's a good point. So
Was really, look at the bridge options, they enter in the building at the upper levels, I think on the 3rd or 4th floor, and it requires elevators and stairs, and it was interesting to me how many people did not like that.
Right.
They really preferred this and to this working. So that was an interesting thing that happened, because I didn't necessarily anticipate that.
And there were a lot of discussions about safety and security. I mean, that was one of the main topics that folks, talked about throughout the process. And I think But people understood the fiscal realities of the bridge and the, frankly, kind of the awkwardness of the connection and how it would affect students traveling from, one side of the building to kind of the other side of the building, or what would be the building. Sure.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on that. So I appreciate the discussion on that because I do share Ms. O'Grady's concerns, and I appreciate hearing from Ms. Van Doren and your feedback as well. And I can understand, especially when you're looking at future use, if that were to become a standalone building that was a different program, then all of a sudden you have this hallway that becomes kind of null and void. But, and I appreciate the discussion on the canopy. I know that the canopy is not a great, it doesn't offer full protection, but I did actually attend a high school where we had to go in and out and there was a canopy. And with us asking students to carry one-to-one devices and laptops, and I just think that we should revisit. There is some weather element protection from the canopy. The walk from the Ed Center, where the entrance is, to that Washington Lee back entrance is not necessarily a short walk. If it's a downpour, if there's weather elements, kids do not use lockers. If they do, they share them and they stick their stuff during the morning and then they pick it up in the afternoon. So I just want us to think about it as we're looking at that. Some practicality to ensure that we're making sure our kids are in an environment where they're not subjecting themselves to situations. And if it means that we limit transfers, I don't want us to shut those doors now and then have to come back and say, you know what, we should have put something there. We should have had something, we should have considered that. And I know that we're under budget, and I do appreciate Ms. Van Doren asking about the transportation services operations. I do think that should have come from someplace else.
But
So
I
just
do
want to
think
point
the
that out.
design allows that bridge could go in later, correct? So it doesn't preclude it if for some reason you wanted in the
But a
future to add
canopy
it.
is less expensive and would have some weather element
A
protection.
lot of the community members were
Okay, one of the
interested in
functions
that.
of the chair is to control discussion. So if you wouldn't mind indicating that you've got something to say, I will call on you. Thank you.
If I could speak to the canopy, I mean, I think one of the challenges is that you're crossing General's Way there, and, it'd be very difficult, because buses use that. I mean, you couldn't build a canopy that's practical, but, you could have somewhat of a connection. And I think there was interest, but I guess, again, to the cost piece of it for folks.
And I appreciate that feedback. And in the school I was in, the canopy did not lead all the way to the doorway, but you could run to the canopy and protect yourself from the weather, which we often did when necessary. Again, I recognize we're under budget, so I'm just having the discussion. But thank you for that. I appreciate it.
All right, I have a couple of questions. The original high school seats motion for 1,300 high school seats said we were going to do between 500 and 600 seats, but I have not heard in this how many seats you're planning to build. Is that correct?
It depends on how the classrooms get used, but it is very much between 500 and 600 seats. The average is probably 550 if you look at the numbers of what could be in the building. And the way we're calculating numbers now, we're using a range because of the way, classes aren't necessarily definitive at a certain number of students. But we are in the range of 500 to 600, so I would say the average is close to 550.
Okay, so the original 1,300 seats motion called for 500 to 600 at the Ed Center and 700 to 800 at the Career Center. If we end up building 600 here, are we only going to build 700 there?
That's what I understood, so if we're at 550 or whatever we decide. And again, when we get through the final design and we actually calculate the number that we utilize here, that's where we currently are.
Okay, and at, well, let's say the minimum 500, what's the square footage per seat?
I don't have that off. A lot of that information we actually had, I think, in the ed spec, that we were looking at, that we approved it the last time. But I don't think I don't have the number calculated because we don't have everything finalized as far as the square footages. But we do know that it's an existing building.
So I'm curious if it's going to be in the same range as the other high schools.
Actually, it's going to be difficult to do that for this particular building because we don't have all of the amenities that you have in the high school. We don't have the library. We don't have a full kitchen. We don't have, all of the things that are already in the other building. So it doesn't really equate that way. You almost have to look at this number plus W&L, and how does that compare to Wakefield, and how does that compare to Yorktown?
Okay, thank you. I don't think we're going to be seeing this one on consent. Where are we? It's February 21st, so might be another day where you don't get up till 4 o'clock and spend your day at the board meeting. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen you during the day, have I?
It's going to be mornings, too.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Holland. Thank you again for your, for coming here and waiting us out, and for your service on the BLPC. And again, our thanks to the rest of the BLPC members. Appreciate it. And finally, our last information item is an access easement for Dominion Energy at the Heights building. And before the presentation starts, I want to note that this was not on the original agenda for this evening, and so the presentation was not posted, several days ahead of time, like most presentations are. And we have a time urgent situation here to prevent a completion delay. So that's why it was moved on to today's information agenda so that we can take action on February 21st. Dr. Murphy?
Correct. And I just want to say thank you for allowing us to do that. Being able to move forward with this will not cause a delay, and it also provides the opportunity for the info action process to play itself out. So, Mr. Chambers, I'll turn it over to you, and you can give a little bit of the backdrop of this.
Okay. Yeah, this is my longest presentation tonight. The shortest. With regard to the Heights building, the electrical service for the building is provided through an underground vault along Washington Boulevard. And because the vault is on APS property, we have to provide a right-of-way agreement for Dominion Energy, which we're finalizing that agreement with them to get the power into the building and the transformers, et cetera, that have to go in the vault. The agreement itself is subject to legal review. We do have similar agreements in other school facilities, but it must be signed by the board chair and is required before Dominion will provide the permanent power. And we are really trying to get the permanent power connected to the building. The vault has finally been completed, and we're getting ready to be able to bring the power into the building. So we really need to get it into the building by March so that we are not having any problems. Our recommendation is to authorize the school board chair to sign the right-of-way agreement with Dominion Energy.
Good, thank you. Any speakers? Okay, board members, questions? No? So I think we will, any questions over here? No? So I think we'll probably be seeing this for action rather than consent on February 21st. Is that right? I mean, especially if there's some other action to be taken with the chair signing, et cetera.
Well, you would sign it after board action. It's just a document.
Okay, well, in that case, maybe we can do consent.
And I would just add, if there are speakers, you can just pull it off consent. If someone has a question about it, we can simply do that. But I would suggest putting it on consent. And then if there's issues that come up in the meantime, given that we have 2 weeks, we can pull it off.
So again, to the community, if there are any comments on this, please get them into us so we know. And that is an action that we could take, having it on action rather than consent if there's a reason to. I'm not anticipating that would happen, but you never know. Okay. Thank you, sir. And we're now at new business. Board members, do you have any new business? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.